Hello Arnold, hello Ramon, welcome to see you doing well today. Ramon, be nice. Hello Bob, hello Oz, welcome to see you. Hope you're doing well today. My internet is having weird issues today. It could be the time, actually. So if push comes to shove, I may stream for like only an hour or so. Unless it clears up, which I'm not really sure if it will, but I don't want it to become too unbearable, but I hope you guys are doing well. Kina dayo. Hello everyone, Nexus Kina Vira here. With some Super Famicom stuff today. Yes, it's not just a YouTube thing. It's a me thing, specifically, yes. My KBPS has been dropping a lot. For all I know, it probably has something to do with like a sports game or something. I don't know. But like I said, I hope it clears up better. Hello Jay, welcome, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well today. How are you? And it begins. Yeah, here we are. What an introduction. At any rate, I hope you guys are doing well. Hope you're doing better than my internet today. And there's the hat. I guess you have a lot of points to spend, huh, Nate? Hope you're doing well today, by the way. But yeah. I was debating on what I wanted to do today. I know I usually do puzzle stuff on Sundays and stuff, but like, I was like, you know, maybe I could just play Super Famicom stuff regardless. I'm already in like the retro tag on Twitch, so I'm just watching as this does the thing. I lurk way too much, do you? Lurking is fine. I don't care like what's going on with like the discouragement of like the platforms where it's like, if you lurk it doesn't count or whatever. Look, if you lurk, you lurk. If you enjoy my stuff, I'm happy, okay? That's what matters to me. You can't help what bots do. You can't help what, you know, YouTube or Twitch is doing. All you can do is continue to do what you're doing and hope that you still get discovered. In fact, I got discovered by someone at random this morning. Before I took a nap. I put it in my Discord, but like, basically they're like my twin in a way because they also have green hair and purple eyes. But it's kind of wild because I'd never seen them before, and I guess it just found me somehow. And you know, the point system count shows the viewer, so you count. Okay, that's fair enough. I didn't know that the point system is how that works. That's fair enough, I guess. We're learning something new. Discovering you have a twin is quite something. Yeah, they're from South Africa, but they sound like they have an Australian accent. But yeah. But I hope this like internet thing isn't consistent, because I have like plans later this week, and it would go very badly if I leave like one of the worst impressions in the world all because of this. おはようございます。こんにちは。こんばんは。XS キナヴィラです。今日の配信は、スーパーファミコンゲーミングですね。But yeah. It legitimately could just be it's the day, which is kind of weird. But I guess Sundays are kind of up in the air most of the time anyway. If it's not Sunday, it's Monday. I think it used to be Tuesday for me though. Used to be Tuesday. But yeah, I'm going to, I guess I'll get started. Like I said, I hope it clears up, but I'm not sure if it actually will. That's the thing about it, unfortunately. Because I'm not in control of that. Let's see. Making sure that I have everything that I can see. I'll do my best. It is upsetting though. What are you going to do? I'm playing Super Famicom games today. Start off with Panel de Pon. The connection is very choppy. It could be on my... No, it's me. It's me. It's very choppy for me. For some dumb reason. So are you seeing this just with Twitch or with both platforms? I can see it through my OBS, so I know it's a full issue. It's the streamers in, yeah. It's my end, yeah. That's really dumb. I hate that. Like Friday, Saturday, Twitch was bonked out is why I asked. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't have any real issues on Friday. At least I don't think so. And I didn't stream yesterday. It's hanging in there. It's trying, yeah. Yeah, I will see if I'll give it a few more minutes or what have you, or like an hour or so, and see if it clears up at all. And if it has gotten worse or it's been staying consistent, then I won't burden you guys with such a thing, you know? But other than that, I'm pretty good. I feel pretty great, actually. I just wish I knew what causes a lot of this stuff, is all. When was the last time you played a quarter cabinet arcade game? Oh, that's been a long time. How long has it been, actually? I feel like it's definitely been a while, because I don't have any locally. Yeah, I'm not sure actually, but yeah, it's been a long time since I played like an arcade cabinet. So people are still fortunate to have arcades near them and stuff. I'm very surprised. Always seems to be a regional thing. Ever thinking about buying one of those arcade 1-up cabinets? I haven't actually. Are they expensive? no. What? Okay. Okay, that helps. Why, pray tell, would I start on hard mode? My uncle bought a Ms. Pac-Man one for $500 from Best Buy. It sits in his house collecting dust. You should grab it then. If you, that's if you're interested in it anyway. Then again, I don't know how long ago they had bought it, but if it's just sitting in the house collecting dust, then yeah, you should get it. If you're interested, that is. That's usually how that goes, right? Last time I played it was like 2 years, and it was Marvel vs. Capcom. Yeah, that's one of the more popular ones. Yeah, for sure. For sure. People do love fighting games. Arcade, that's usually when you think of arcade, you think of fighting, or you think of like wave race, I think. Some sort of racing arcade. Okay, that was fast. I'll take that. I'm interested in making my own arcade cabinet, but Mrs. Pac-Man, But then why'd you... okay. I'll leave that alone. I'll leave that alone. I do like to ask questions about things, but I'll leave that alone. Alright, let's see. Okay. I was only adding to what the guy mentioned about last time playing those cabinet arcade games. Yeah, I know. But it is a shame that it's just collecting dust, you know, especially if it still works. I don't know if it still works. I guess only you would know that, right? Well. Okay. I guess that is the downside to Autumn. Autumn is the start of Hand Egg, and Hand Egg is very popular. As a game developer, I do have a prototype space shooter game I'd like to implement in an arcade cabinet and make myself some quarters on the side, just afraid of it getting broken into for the money. No, you should do it anyway, because that's not, like, the arcade cabinet itself wouldn't be your responsibility. It would be, you know, the arcade's responsibility. And it would be up to them to maintain that, you know. If you're just being the developer sending out the game, you know, then, you know. The 1-ups are pretty pricey. I wanted the golden T golf 1-up cab, but it was like 1,500 Australian. Jeez. But it has that little spinny ball thing in the middle. Oh, okay. I see. It's pretty good. Also, give me 1 second. I need to move something. I just realized something is obscuring my view. Why? Okay. It was my Wii U gamepad. It was in the corner. But it has, but that involves finding an arcade owner that is interested in buying my cabinet. I was just going to bring out the cabinet to neighboring parties or something. I was thinking that, I guess that is how that works, right? Arcade cabinets are literally just that. They have that specific game on them, right? Or like a specific set of games on them, right? So it's not as simple as like putting a game on a thing that could just be like pulled up like on a Raspberry Pi or something like that. It's more like the cabinet itself is the game, right? The computer is that game. That game is the computer itself. So I guess that makes sense. But I'd still feel like that's probably like the best way to do that though. Then again, you'd have to think about, if I recall correctly, you said you live in the States, so you would have to then think about who is still doing that sort of thing too, since it does feel like a lost art in a way. Right, on the bright side, I am coding my game to work on a Raspberry Pi, but don't tell my customers that. Too late, you told me. At least 900 people watch me. Well, at least, yeah, sure, why not? We'll just put numbers together. At least 700 people watch me. A little bit. So that means they will know. And they may become a customer. Who knows, right? Depends. You never know. I'm going to perish. Yep. Hold on. What is this? Let me check my task manager as well. Let's see. Memory, network. What is taking up network? And then what's taking up memory? Okay, that's that, yeah. Okay, that's normal. Wait, what is this? Oh, Kyra. What the heck? Noodle? What the heck? Oh, man. I'm glad you guys are rating me. I just hate that my internet is crap today. Okay, well. Man, oh my gosh, hold on. Hold on. Some pasta. Pasta hungry. What? Guys, oi. What the heck? Oh my god. I know it's the internet that's being slow about it, but I really appreciate you guys rating. Give me a second. Hold on. I gotta fix the... I love how slow it is because of this too. This is hilarious. Holy crap. Okay. Give me a second. Being a streamer is funny. I would do all the things. Hold on. Well, welcome Raiders. I am Kina Vieira, your friendly forest Fennec Fox. I play a variety of games, mostly retro games, sometimes Steam games. I am playing on my Super Famicom today. In the flesh. Wah. Or in the real, I guess. Even though my internet is struggling, but if you do need to raid and run, please do not hesitate to do so. I assume you were having fun today. Yes, I think you were playing Hollow Knight. Maybe I think I saw that's what you were playing a little bit. Yeah, the staggered throwing feels really personal. Yeah, it's very scary. Dang it, I just hate that my internet is bad today. It's so upsetting. But yeah, you guys should go check out Noodle Doodle. Noodle Doodle draws really cute girls and stuff, or focuses on drawing mostly girls and stuff, and also plays a variety of games too. She's a witch, so be nice to her, or something may happen. Man. I was playing Silk Song for the first time, got lost and died. See, that's what would happen to me. I would get lost a lot. Hello, Kyra. Oh, that's right. You guys are practically married, yeah. Sipping coffee. Okay. No, don't do that. Come on, man. Why? But why? What did I do? Huh? What did I do? You're gonna bully me while I'm having crap internet today? That's not a good reception now, is it? Ah. But yeah, I hope everyone at least had fun, right? But yeah, I get lost in video games all the time. It's why I'm usually reluctant to playing a lot of new games. I'm more reluctant on getting like playing a game because I'll get lost than whether or not I'll get spoiled, because it's inevitable that people are gonna spoil. But at the same time, it's like, you know, I still feel like people should have the wherewithal to just not do that. Also, make sure to be ready for what's coming up next. It's like, you don't have to say that. You don't have to say that, because if they end up losing, they'll just have to figure out a way to not lose the next time, you know? I get it. You love the game. That's fantastic. There's nothing wrong with loving a game. There's nothing wrong with 100%ing a game and loving it that much. But in all honesty, unless the streamer asks for a tip or something like that, I would advise that you not really give like spoilers. You could try to give hints in a subtle way, but thank you for the scritches, even though you can't see my ears. I really appreciate it. There's still scritches nonetheless. But you know, just be mindful, you know? It's just etiquette, you know? Don't go up to someone and go, oh, someone's playing Silk Song. Make sure you go here and do this and get ready for this boss and you'll be fine. And it's like, no. You've played the game, I understand, but you know, first experience. Let them enjoy it for the first time. You know, don't spoil anything. It's better that way. Don't go to the movies and tell everyone, yes, this is the cool part where they do this. Don't do that. Think of it like watching a movie. Think about watching a movie for the first time and then people within the theater like next to you telling you what's going to happen next. If you don't like that, that's the same thing with streaming and gaming. Don't do that. Don't do that. My first is in table, but not in you can't go that way until you have this item that you get here. Yeah, I gotta make a pin when I play new games because I don't like getting spoiled on most things. Yeah, exactly. And the irony is that a lot of times people will start streaming a game when it first releases, but then people aren't gonna watch because they don't want to be spoiled, right? But then after the dust settles for a little bit and someone has beaten the game, then someone's gonna come by and spoil it for you and stuff like that. Like, people still want to show their support by, you know, seeing you, but at the same time they don't want to get spoiled as well. So if anyone ever gets discouraged when like a game first comes out and you feel like that no one is watching you, it's because they don't want to get spoiled. Other than the weird like stuff that's going on with the platforms, it's probably because they don't want to get spoiled. So that's another reason why I don't stream new games right out the gate though. And stuff like that. If there's like an update to a game, sure, because I do that with Atlas, but like, because then we're discovering it like as I'm streaming it or whatever. But if it's like highly anticipated game, I can't wait to like play it and stuff, and then either someone had a review copy or they've already beaten the game 100% at post game, posted spoilers and stuff all over the place, then you know, it's like, no, don't do that. Like I said, I get that people like to watch a lot of speedrunners, a lot of glitch like discoverers and all that type of stuff, because it happens with old games too. Someone will play an old game and they'll go, do you know how to do the such and such tech? And it's like, the such and such tech, what are you talking about? I just play the game casually. Yeah, the such and such tech, you know, because like this game has this very odd bug where you can exploit this, and it's like, I didn't know about that, and I probably don't know how to do it either. And stuff like that. I know we all have different reasons for playing video games, but like, you know, excess is such a filthy casual. You know, them's fighting words. I'm Fox again. All according to plan. I set the times appropriately. But yeah, it shouldn't really be, nothing should really be in bad blood or anything like that, but just always be mindful and stuff like that. I do not. Oh, okay. Purple. And then I need, I guess I could do this. Yeah. The funniest form of Jenga. Flush Silver. I know you're a raider, by the way, but like, I have noticed you at least twice. But yeah, people can be excited to like play a game for the first time. It's funny because even on YouTube, right, you'll have your thumbnail say first time playing, and then that alerts everyone and goes, oh, it's their first time playing, they're gonna struggle, let me give them all the tips and tricks. It's like, no, it just means they're playing it for the first time and they want to experience it for the first time. But then you would go, but they're streaming, so if they're streaming, that means that they want input from chat anyway, right? Otherwise they would play it without streaming it, right? And it's like, maybe the streamer just wants company though. I don't think they want to be spoiled per se. That's like if you do like a watch along and then the people in chat start talking about like the spoilers as well within the watch along. Then it's like, what the heck, man? That's really weird. I don't know. Call me odd, I guess, but it just seems really weird. And I guess people don't really teach you, hey, don't like spoil this. You just kind of learn what's good, what's bad if you're not taught it, right? It comes with the territory sometimes. It's like if people get angry at you because you do a certain thing, or they slap your hand because you did a thing, 9 times out of 10, if you keep doing that thing and your hand gets slapped, you're gonna learn that this is a bad thing. Don't do this thing if the hand, because then your hand will get slapped or something like that. All right. Because not everything is conveyed well in just from speaking, I guess, you know. That's why punishments happen. That's why restrictions happen. It's to show that this was a bad thing. If you don't want this to happen again, you won't do this again. So, you know, I'm going to get crushed. I enjoy the struggle. I enjoy watching people play something first time. I enjoy the struggle. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, enjoying the struggle is interesting, but yeah, watching someone play something for the first time is always fun. So I do get that. And it's funny too, because if anyone is familiar with how things work on YouTube, on Red House, usually if you start a playthrough for the first time, that is when you're going to get the most viewers. But if you continue the series, it's going to dwindle. Based on my clips, people enjoy watching me suffer. Yeah, so I've noticed that this is apparently streamer culture. I don't know how it became streamer culture, but apparently it's a common thing for, at least on like the west side, like the English speaking side, it's very common for viewers to bully the streamer or enjoy the suffering of the streamer, because apparently it's all in good fun. Until it's not, right? Until it's not. Because some viewer bases are built on like the screaming and the yelling of the streamer. Obviously I'm not really that type. I'm more of a chill individual. But, you know, when things are funny, they're funny, right? But I never liked watching people be in pain or watching people suffer and all that type of stuff, even if it may look like it's all in good fun. I guess the reason why I feel that way is because for most people, for most viewers, they're like, well, you know, if they're not used to, especially like VTubers, they're like, oh, well, you know, it's entertaining, it's a model and stuff, you know. But like for us who do this, we know that these are real people, you know, behind the model. So I always feel like if the individual is getting frustrated, they're legitimately getting frustrated, like in real life. So that's how I usually feel about that. I try to stay chill, but one of the bosses definitely got some choice words from me. Oh yeah, of course. Kind of depending on the streamer, I presume. Yeah. Bizarre streamer Froda, yeah. Oh, it's the pasta witch, yeah. It really does depend, yeah. Why internet? Why? I was all set up raring to go today too. I should probably not stream at 8 p.m. most of the time. That, or it literally could just be today. I don't know. Cause I was fine like Friday and Thursday for the most part, pretty sure. And I didn't change any settings at all. That's how the troubleshooting works. But I guess playful bullying is okay because usually it's like the old thing that used to happen in like school where it's like if someone picks on you a lot, it means they really like you. Otherwise, why would they even waste their time on you, right? Because there's no real reason to do so otherwise. So I don't know why bullying is a sign of affection, but it is. That's just how it works somehow. I'm just here. You're not just here. You're but when you're here, you know. It's an East Coast thing. It is not. There's no way it's just an East Coast thing. There ain't no way. If you're talking about the internet thing, then I understand. If you're talking about the bullying thing, I don't know if that's the case. When you're here, you're family. Yeah. And nothing's more important than family. Vin Diesel. Because Ohana means family. But yeah. I don't know if there are any storms or anything though. I haven't really seen anything. Player is going to destroy me. Yes. And then no. Wow. That's a scary thing though. I will say at work we bully our East Coast offices, but not the West Coast. That's interesting. That's super interesting. To be honest, Nate, like from what you've told me a lot, you just hang out with like unhinged and toxic folk. Well, not toxic per se, but unhinged for sure. Like apparently that's just your culture, your workplace, I guess your living as well. Everyone just likes to be unhinged with like quote unquote dark humor and down atrocious stuff. But hey, if that's your culture, that's your culture, right? I can't do anything about that. But I can let you know and make you aware that some things just are a little too much, you know? Even if you've been raised by it or around it and stuff like that. Complacency and all that. Not anything against them, just a work culture thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah. It's very interesting how even work culture can be different depending on a region. Region or country or and stuff like that. I guess it's more along the lines of we're not taking work as seriously because if we did, we'd probably be depressed sort of situation. So let's, you know, bully in a fun way because it means that we can be playful while still getting work done, maybe. Which was a concept that I didn't really get. And my older, like, fellow workers could definitely tell you that if you knew, and if they knew that I was streaming right now. I was very stone-faced when it came to work, and people didn't understand why. Because my mindset was there's a time to work and a time to play. And so I was like, if you want to hit me up and be playful about stuff, do it after work. That was my main thing. Keeps us sane. Yeah. It really is fluctuating still. What the heck? I wonder if it's because I need to restart my computer as well or something. I know you should do it every so often for sure. If it hits like 9 o'clock or 9:30 and it's still this bad, I will stop it. I will stop it. I will restart my computer. I would do a test to see how bad it is, and if it's good, then I may start up again. I don't know. Because I don't like to miss out on streaming. Since I do stream at odd intervals, and I already started late today anyway. Normally I stream early on Sundays, but with the way that my sleep has been going lately, I literally, that's something. I have been setting alarms lately, but you're gonna laugh at me, but it depends on what I'm dead. It depends on what I use for my alarm, but recently I've been using my DSi. It's a good alarm because well, as long as you set it, and as long as you even if you close it, it's a good alarm because it gets louder and louder every so like often and stuff. But like I had been snoozing it. Well, not snoozing it, but I had been changing it into like 30 minutes to hour increments, which means that I either fell asleep really well or I didn't get enough sleep and I wanted to sleep more. So I did that, and that's why I started at like 8 today instead of like 2 or 4 or 5 or whatever. So I guess Sundays are always up in the air. I just hate the struggle of it, you know? I hate the struggle of it. I hate that it's not in my control. Because if I can fix a thing, I want to fix it. If it's not up to me, then I have to wait, you know? The original Alarmo DSi. Yeah. I guess the DSi was like the first system? Nintendo-ish system that allowed you to do that. Yeah, where like an actual like handheld that was more than just gaming. It was like it had apps and stuff. It was the first time it introduced apps, I think. So imagine my surprise when I first learned about that, because I was late to the DSi gang. I had the DS Fat and the DSi or a DS Lite for a long time before I ended up getting the DSi. I skipped the original DSi completely and got the DSi XL in like 2011, I think. So the original Alarmo is the Game & Watch. That's true, actually. I know you Kappa, but in all honesty, I think the Game & Watch was the original Alarmo. So also I learned that apparently the Alarmo works at its best if you are single. That's something that I learned yesterday. So that's interesting to learn. I wonder why that's the case though. That's very odd. You always learn something new every day, I swear. Oh. Okay. Drop that one. Take what I can get. As long as you guys can hear me, I guess I'm okay. It's fine. Because obviously if the quality is choppy, I am upset about it, but like, least you guys are enjoying my company for the most part. Huh. Oh no. Ah. No. Ah. That's unfortunate. Yeah. I'm letting it get too high. Hmm. Also, I'm still like flabbergasted by how seasons work. Or not how seasons work per se, but how like time change works. I know that for us it's like spring forward, fall backward. So like, you know, the hour gets pushed forward in spring and pulled back in the fall. But like, apparently I think it's like that in Australia as well, but Australia is the opposite hemisphere, so I think their time went forward not too long ago, maybe. Granted, Australia's like 14 hours ahead of me, but I guess 13? 15? How many hours are you guys ahead now? 13 now, maybe? I don't know. Time zones are scary. I don't understand it. I don't know how to do the GMT math stuff. I don't understand how that works. I should probably watch a video on it. How else am I gonna learn things if I don't watch a video about it? Right? Oh no. We're speaking to you from the future. Exactly. Exactly. Everyone is ahead of me. If you aren't like US Pacific or Central or like from Hawaii, then you are ahead of me more than likely. If you're not the same time zone. That's what's weird about it. So I just end up memorizing like, oh, such and such is from Australia, so they are like 13/14 hours ahead of me. Such and such is from Japan, so they are 13 hours ahead of me. Such and such is from the UK, so or from Britain or what have you, so they are 5 hours ahead of me. Such and such is from the Netherlands, they are 6 hours ahead of me, and stuff like that. Or Germany. I think Germany is 6 hours ahead as well. I think. So I just end up memorizing that stuff. Ever think of living in Antarctica? Imagine having 1 to 2 months of sunlight and 1 to 2 months of pure darkness. As a plant, I can say that sounds terrible. But as an actual human being, I can also say that sounds terrible. Because I hate the cold. So I definitely wouldn't like to go to Antarctica because, well, I hate the cold. You know? I absolutely despise the cold. I don't function in the cold. I am basically cold-blooded like a snake. I don't function in the cold. And people still can't, like... People are still surprised by that. It's like, what do you mean? It's like, if it's cold, I can't move. It hurts to move because it's so cold, is what I'm saying. And then it's like, well, just bundle up. Yes, I will bundle up. I will bundle up in 12 blankets just to go from one room to the other. Absolutely. But remember, most people get sick in cold weather as opposed to warm weather. Interesting. Or hot weather, rather. People usually suffer from heat exhaustion, but that's also because people don't drink enough water as well. But sicknesses usually occur mostly in colder seasons. Right? I like the cold. I know you like the cold. I know where you live. So yeah, you do like the cold. I know that sounds ominous. I know where you live. But yeah. So nah, I am a summer child. I was born in the summer. Molded by the summer. So I am a summer child. Natsuaka-chan. Maybe. Then again, I can only assume that like lots and lots of people were born in like November. For obvious reasons. Or I guess for more obvious reasons. Some people will actually plan to have like their children within a certain month or a certain season though, legitimately. Because if you do the math and you know that it takes like 9 months or around 9 months, then you can kind of plan for the child to be born within that season or whatever. So but yeah, I just don't deal well with the cold. But the moment that I'm at a comfortable temperature, everyone else is sweltering. So I'm like, I guess I can't have friends then. I guess I can't visit people then, because they're going to suffer more than me if I'm only a smidgen comfortable. And I'd rather not burden someone else because of that. So I stay in my own lane. And I become the loner that I am. You know? My girlfriend is sitting over here agreeing with you. What about the cold? But you guys live in the same area. I would assume that she was okay with the cold as well. You know? Unless she moved there recently or something. Oh, about the heat? What, like being... Huh? Now I'm confused. You're gonna have to speak in a full sentence now, because I don't know what you mean then. Everyone wants to put their like air conditioning on like 15 Celsius. And I'm just like, huh. But what's wrong with like 20 though? 20's too hot. I was like, okay, all right, okay. I won't visit you then. It's okay. No, I want to hang out with you. No. I've already established this. I'm going to be miserable if I'm cold. I've already said this. Why is that difficult to understand? Because I want to hang out with you. But here's the dilemma though. If I hang out with you, I will be cold. Not cool. Cold. And if that's going to happen every time I visit you, then it is okay. That's how that works. But I get it. I understand. Some of us aren't fortunate enough to have cold resistance. I'd love to have cold resistance. I'd love to adapt and be able to have that. I don't think that's possible though, as long as I've been living. But I would love that. That would be like one less concern for me, you know? When she is at a good temp, everyone is sweltering. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we see eye to eye on that one then. Yeah, that's aggravating. That's not fun. That's not fair. It's like, I'm finally at least warm and comfortable. Oh, why is it so hot in here? Oh man. All right, I'll leave you guys. Wait, where are you going? What did I just say? That's so hard to understand. It's so hard to understand. I don't know why. I screwed that up, but it's okay. Like, put 2 and 2 together. If I am cold, I will be miserable. Just tell them frost isn't good for plant foxes. I mean, that doesn't matter because you're not going to feel how someone else feels. Even if you tell someone that they're cold, you'll be like, ah, you'll be fine. Ah, it's hot, you'll be fine. Because you don't feel the same way that they do, you know? That's usually how that works. That's why it's so difficult, I think. But people won't take people at their word either. Sometimes people will look over at me and go, huh, are you okay? I'm like, I'll be fine. And they're like, you're cold, aren't you? I'm like, yep. How could you tell? As I'm like hovered over the floor. As if I'm about to puke, even though it's not what I'm doing. That's just how I cope with it somehow. Like, it would be different if like one room was like warmer or colder than the other, but if the whole house is the same temperature and all temperatures are cold, then it's like I can't. Just put on a jacket. No. I mean, I do, but that doesn't help. If that were the solution, that's all I would do. I would never complain about the cold if that were the case. Just putting on a jacket or like a coat or something like that, then I would just do that. But it's not as simple as that. I wish it was though. But no, I don't. Unless I'm living in a place where it's so hot and like you just aren't gonna get any good air, or like, you know, because like in some places air conditioning is different. Like usually in the summer some people don't have AC units and whatnot, or even ceiling fans. So I get why people would hate the heat then, because they don't have a way to cool it down unless they get like a space fan or oscillating fan, right? But people are out here cranking their AC to like 10. I'm just like, okay, you don't know what an energy bill is at all. Hey, I finally beat them. Yeah, it's been consistently bad today. It's been like hovering in the 12,000, 13,000 kbps. It's been dropping a lot. Like I said, I'll go up to 930 and then I'll restart my computer and stuff. Maybe I won't even restart the, well, I guess I would have to restart the stream, but all I would do is exit out of OBS and restart my computer. And if it hangs for too long, then you know what happened, but I will do a thing. We turned on the heat in the car until she was comfortable. We measured it at 90. Okay. So, I'm gonna say she may be anemic. Maybe. 90, I can deal with 90, but 90 is not, I wouldn't say 90 is temperate. I can deal with it. I'm not gonna die in it because I'm used to it. But 90 is not comfortable for me per se. I'm not gonna complain about it. But if that's just to get comfortable, then she may be anemic. Maybe. Possibly some kind of undercover fire spirit. Yeah. Maybe. Well, you know what they say, if you're hot, right? And that's cool to me. So yeah. You never really know. But like I said, most people get sick in the cold. Maybe it's because people get so comfortable with the cold that they don't, that, you know, the cold never bothered them anyway. And then they end up getting sick, right? Or people around them get sick because they probably went to sleep with like the air too low. And they're like fan blazing and not being under the covers when sleeping, and then waking up with dry throat, sore throat, runny nose, or stuffed nose, I guess. Stuffy nose. And stuff like that. That's usually the first thing I ask someone. I said, did you leave the fan on last night? Before diagnosing what they may, like how they may have gotten sick. Unless they went to their job and then people were sick there, which That's a thing that I don't like or understand. I don't understand. You can tell, you can see that someone is sick. You know that they are sick. They know that they are sick, but they come into work anyway. No, don't do that. But then you're like, but I need the money. You need the money when you're not sick. Use these sick days to not work. Don't spread what you have to other people. Don't come to work if you are sick. Try your best to not get sick, obviously, but do not go to work when you are sick. Especially if you don't do work anyway. If you don't do work well when you're like in high spirits, you're not going to do work well when you're sick. So don't do that. You guys are going to get ads. I'm not going to go to ad break myself because like I said, I'm going to stop in like 25 minutes or so to check my stuff. So if you get ads, I apologize. When you come back from ads, let me know what ads you get. I'm curious because I know that they're practically personalized. I am part of that lifestyle. I need the money and all my sick days are reserved. Since the work from home movement, I can at least sneeze as I please in my house while I still work. Yes. See, you're in your house though. That's different. That's understandable. That's understandable. But if you're going to a place, especially a commute of some sort, and you're like, I'm sick, but I need the money. I'm sick, but I really need the money. What you need is to be home and get well soon. Companies should understand because people are human, and if you're not working at 100% and you're working at like 20%, they're going to notice anyway. They should be able to have some sort of like humility to understand, or like empathy to understand that you get sick sometimes and you have to use those sick days. That's what the sick days are for. There's supposed to be a difference between sick days and vacation days. I know some people don't do that. I know some people put them together. But, you know, sick days are supposed to be reserved for sickness. If you are sick, which isn't always your fault, you need to use that. Let me read that actually. You and I are in the wrong country for companies to be understanding. Companies should understand. Amazon taught me it's all data driven. If you don't perform at least par your loose weight, that's the world we're turning to. Okay, well then leave that company and go to a different one. Not all companies are like this. Now, I've worked my fair share of jobs. I've dealt with some companies, yes. I have. But that doesn't mean you should have the same mindset. I know that it turns people to like negativity and stuff. I get it. I understand. Trust me. And even though you may say we live in the like a different world or universe to think that that's the case, maybe I'm just, you know, maybe I just want better for you guys. Maybe I just want better for us, you know? Maybe I don't want that to continue happening. But all I'm saying is, if you're already slacking on the job at work to begin with, what makes you think that you're going to be at 100% when you're sick? Suddenly the money matters when you're sick, is what I'm saying. Sure, we have regulations that are supposed to stop things like that, but Amazon gets sued, they pay off, they're fine, they still keep doing it. Well, that's usually how things go, right? If you end up having to pay a fine for something, but to you it's not much, you'll shrug it off and pay it off and keep doing what you're doing. If it has enough impact on you to where you can't do it again, then you probably won't do it again. If you get sued to heck and back for something to where you lose a lot of money, chances are you're not going to do it again. And I think that's what's usually lost on people nowadays. They don't feel what's it called? That scare. Finally members, you can get members at 1K, but I did not know it could be under 500. Hello Andre, welcome to see you. Hope you're doing well today. How are you? I think at some point it changed from 1,000 to 500. It may have been a year ago. It may have been within the year. I don't remember. But yes, of course. I've had members before, Andre. What do you mean? Thanks for letting me know that I'm so small, though. I'm kidding. But yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Like I said, I'd rather grow a community that is nice and wholesome and actually likes what I do than to just have a bunch of numbers and people spamming random like memes and stuff at me that I don't understand. Or they just want to like look at streamer and point at them and say, haha, you suck or something. You know. I'm not a babysitter. I'm not getting paid to be one. I'm not going to be one. You know. I'm wholesome. Even though everyone wants me to not be wholesome for some weird reason. I don't know why. It's very odd. It's just weird to see a streamer to be wholesome. We're not used to it. That's not the culture that we live in when it comes to that sort of thing, more than likely. Well, be the change you want to see, which I am. Or at least I try to be. I work at my own pace, or at least I try to. Finally, the ads are over. Tell me which ads you got. Also, it's only 3 minutes, Bob. You can't afford 3 minutes? Anyway. Besides, if I didn't know any better, Bob, you're usually the one who has some sort of means of, oh, I don't know, getting around certain things. Unless you've had a change of heart. But like I said, my internet's not great today, so. Well, I can on YouTube, but it's behind. Yeah, well, that's, you have to press the button to be not behind. The gray button. The live button. Even though it keeps stuttering. Like I said, the internet. My internet's not good today. In due time, I will restart and check to see if that was the issue. YouTube is 3 to 6 minutes behind. Okay, so then press the button, Bob. Like I said. Press the live button. Press it again. Press it again. Press it again. And then press it again. Until you are live. It is my fault though. I don't know how one side can be more behind than the other if I'm streaming to both platforms with the same like setup. Like there's nothing that's really different, so I don't know why there would be a huge difference. That's odd to me. But yeah, that's my only real concern right now. Like the weird choppiness that's happening. Probably something on YouTube's end. Maybe. You could be right. But if it's choppy for you on Twitch as well, but just not as much, then like I said, it's a me thing. Very confusing. I mean, VTubers already have multiple programs and stuff open at all times, but like, still. We usually mitigate it somehow. It's actually not as choppy on Twitch? Yeah, that's really confusing then. I will have to look further into this. Gonna have to do like one of my old streamers I used to do when their internet was having a tough time. Show a picture of like a warped image to your internet service provider and they'll fix it immediately. Maybe. At least that's how it was then for them. Aw, I wanted to drop that gray. I think the chat may be delayed because I sent that message like 2 minutes ago and it was saying, even though I'm not 2 minutes behind, but I feel like it's weird to me. Like, yeah, it's choppy, Andre. My internet is off today. I will restart the stream in about 16 minutes or so. But I also doing fine. I'm glad. I'm glad. I just wanted to play some Super Famicom today. I would be switching through games, but I'd rather my internet connection gets fixed first before I start doing that sort of thing. So weird, so weird. I mean, not all days can be perfect, but it's still a worry. Okay. But yeah, if you feel like there's like a big issue with something going on and you've done everything that you can, like, oh, you know, things aren't going well within the workplace, follow your, I'm gonna call it chain of command, because that's what we called it in the military. Follow your chain of command, where you talk to your advisor, and then you talk to the one above them, and then you talk to HR and all that stuff. And if things don't work, then you may just have to leave. I mean, I know that sucks, especially when you're the one that's suffering and you're doing what you're supposed to do, right? I know that sucks. I understand that completely. But if the company isn't willing to see the problem, and you're like the one making things run or work, then it's time. It just means that the company would rather get rid of good people than get rid of the bad. Good workers instead of the bad. I don't know what that kind of culture is called, but it's a thing. It's very common, and we've grown complacent with it as well, unfortunately. And no, I know it's not as simple as just quit. I do know that as well. But there has to be something better out there. There has to be. Because if there wasn't, there wouldn't be so many different jobs, right? There would just be like one job and everyone would go to that job, right? Oh, and for the getting around ads comment, I do have something, but it's not meant for video streaming services. And most importantly, collect logs, send emails because they're recorded. Oh, I see. Hello, Rabbit. Welcome. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well today. My internet is struggling today. I'm gonna end up restarting stream soon, or restarting my computer soon. And yes, I'm not really taking a risk on the puzzle game today, obviously, because I'm mostly just talking as well, just venting. Well, not really venting, because I'm not like upset with anything other than the internet right now. I'm just talking about things that go on and some of my experiences as well. How like there are always different, there's just always different reasons for why you could see like a weak link still within a company where you worked really hard to get where you are and stuff like that. What's good, Rabbit? Access is my wholesome chill streamer. I'm glad. I do my best. Sometimes it's a worry, but I do my best. What else can I do other than my best? My worst? I know that does work for some people though. And people enjoy it. I don't feel like I would fit the frame though, that's the thing. You would be able to tell if that's the case. And surely that's not fun for a lot of people. It'd be super easy to notice. Because I have been streaming for like 3 years, so like you would notice like huge differences in like attitude change and stuff like that. Nice. Oh. No! Okay. Got it. Move. Okay. Do this. Move this. Drop. Okay. Now we're cooking a little bit. Just a little. Got that. Oh god. Okay. I mean, I dropped that, not you. Okay. Wow. Yep. Oh, well, now I'm just gonna run out of space. Which is worse, actually. Yep. Why are you worried about the frame? The frame? The frame? You mean like my internet frames? Because they're hecka low right now. Like my OBS shows that I'm in the red right now. Hold on. Okay, so need to do that, and then also low-key jelly how good your Famicom capture looks. So what's weird is I think the only thing that looks the worst is probably GameCube capture, but for all I know, well, no, I was gonna say for all I know it's because my GameCube is old. I don't think that's the case. I've watched other streams where people are streaming from their GameCube. GameCube looks the most blurry for some reason. I can show you after I lose this match or win this match. I will show the screen with absolutely no filters on it, and I will let you know exactly what the capture would look like if I did not apply any filters to this. Which means I put a lot into trying to make this look as great as possible, because the screen that you guys are seeing is also the screen that I am seeing. Like, so yeah, I'm not looking on like, I'm not having like the game capturing from like one monitor and then looking at like the raw footage or whatever. I'm literally looking at it through the capture itself as well. So I will show you. I'm not gonna gate. It took me too long to even get this to get it to where I want it. I'm fine with helping people out. It's not like my claim to fame or anything. Yep, 0 kbps. Then it jumped up to 17, went down to 3, and went up to 11. Jumped back down, went right back down to 9, going down to 5, and probably gonna hit 0 pretty soon. A treacherous brain cell. Hashtag no filter. That's funny. Alright. Quickly. Let me show you what this looks like. Filters. This is what it will look like if it had no makeup on, basically. So let's see. I'm gonna start from the bottom. I'll take away the border. I'll take away feathering. CRT. The scaling. That's already different, right? The other scaling. Okay. This, right? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. These lines. And this. So this is basically what it would look like. I mean, granted, it doesn't look that bad, but if it's GameCube, it looks worse, right? This is what this looks like with when I have no filters on it at all whatsoever. And of course, you see the black bars on the side as well. So I sharpen it a little bit. I put on scan lines diagonal because I just think they look neat. And then I have something specific for Super Nintendo aspect. Then I do what's called full scale, which obviously that looks stretched, right? But then I put in the 8x7, right? And I put on the CRT curve and the feathering and my border. So that's why that looks the way it does. Because, you know, televisions nowadays are going to be wide anyway. So yeah, I put a lot of thought into the aspect and all that type of stuff, because I love it when I do love perfect pixel, but I still like that authenticity of the capture as well and whatnot. So yeah, it's also set up, but that's what I usually do. Point camera at the TV like it's the early 2000s. You know, will I get in trouble for doing this? This is what my TV looks like. You can see the chat on the right side, and that's the capture. Hey, look, I'm there, right? That's what that's capturing. So yeah. That's why when you see me looking this way, I'm also looking there. Like, I'm looking at that. That's what I'm looking at. Chat is also on the TV for you. Yeah. Well, it's on both OBS on my like drawing tablet monitor, but I also have it to the side as well to see it a little bit easier. So I was doing like the one monitor thing a while back anyway, because it felt a lot easier for me to do. Granted, the camera that I'm using right now to just show you what I showed you is the Xbox 360 Connect camera. So I'm using all the resources that I have. I'm not trying to spend a whole lot of money on stuff. I'm using what I have and trying to engineer what I have. The capture card that I have was used. I didn't buy it new, right? I ended up buying a, what is it called? A converter or whatever, so that the picture doesn't look super bad, and so that it's a little bit, yeah, Xbox 360 Connect, yeah. Not the newer one, not the like newest one, not the one from Xbox One, but the Xbox 360 one, yeah. That's what this one is, yeah. So, yeah. Gotta be resourceful, you know? I remember getting one of those for motion capture. So you did do that too, then. I was wondering if people were actually going to do it, because that's probably the cheapest way, the most inexpensive way to even attempt motion capture. I was thinking about looking into it just for the heck of it, because like if the Kinect made it where it could detect you like your arms and stuff moving and whatnot, then I just need to look into how to do it. Would highly recommend upgrading to the Xbox One variant. It's good enough to be used with Windows. Hello? Oh, really? Oh, so the 361 can't work with it at all then, is what you're saying. And how much more is the one? If it's not bad, I may consider it, but since I already have this one, I use it, right? Because I don't play Kinect games on my Xbox 360. I barely even play my Xbox 360. I'm just glad it still works, to be honest. But I could have only assumed that it will work on the computer, because like Microsoft, you know, Xbox and PC, you know, makes sense in a way. Huh, weird. Wow. Xbox 360 version just works as a webcam, and certain tools can be used for skeleton tracking. The one version just meets all the light sensor requirements to work with Windows Hello. I need to look into what Windows Hello is then. If it's phenomenal, then I will look to see if there are any good like ones. I've never had an Xbox One. Obviously I don't need one, but like I think it's better now. But give me a little bit more time. Just a little bit more. Gotta fix a few things. And I know I haven't gone back on Twitch yet. It's still fluctuating weirdly enough. I don't know why. Maybe it is just the day. Very interesting. Could also be an encoder thing too, though. Okay, all right, I'm gonna try again. And I'm going to, I guess we'll get started again. Because I'm not giving up. But I do apologize. Seems the stream is working better now. I'm glad. That makes me super happy, actually. Or not. No, it should be better now. Just refresh. Make sure you refresh. Yeah, it should be better now, I think. And then it just dropped a little bit. Hold on. Settings. Okay. Well, I got that at least. Welcome back, Jay. Sorry. Okay, so that is working. It's a new day somewhere. Yeah. New day, new stream. Who dis? All right. We're back. Yeah, it's still gonna fluctuate though. It's still gonna fluctuate. Ah, Привет. Hello. I hope you're doing well today. I am sorry for all of the scuff today. could literally just be the day. But I did restart my computer. So that probably flushed a lot of temporary files and all that type of stuff. But at the same time, you know, maybe it is a YouTube thing today. Because I have full bars on my internet. Like, it's fine. Diagnose. Yeah, I'm not having any actual issues with my internet, so it's definitely one of these. It might be YouTube legit. Got the sun hat back. Jeez. I'll share in Discord. Just finished an exploding crate and now I must sleep for work. Sleep well, Bob. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. Now let me make sure that I get my chats in the proper spots. Okay. And then open this. And then grab that. And then open this. Oh, why is that like that? Oh, I know why. Because I went to the wrong thing. Click out of that. Click out of that. Grab this. Open that. Okay. Yep. That took a while to load. Okay, that's interesting. Pop that out. Oh yeah, and of course the ads are about to start again because that's the thing. Sun hat? Sun hat. That's hilarious. Ads are going to start again on Twitch because I restarted, but I'm just gonna go through another of the fight as that's going on. You guys can still, you know, get what you need to get, but like, you know. Task. Okay, that's that. And then grab this, do that, do this, exit. Okay. And then move this at the bottom and move this at the top. There's a lot of setup that goes into streaming, guys. So like what I had to do once I turned the computer back on was I had to make sure that I opened at least 5 different programs. So yeah. All right. Sorry about that. Then I'll let the ad cycle through on Twitch. Play a little bit more of this, and I'll switch to a different game, I guess. But yeah, I don't know what's going on with the internet today. Well, it's not. I don't think it's the internet now. I think it's legit something else. I don't know. We don't talk about that. I don't even know how I did that. It's like streamers return luck, I guess. I don't know. There we go. Nice. When you know the CPU is capable. Okay. But going back to, well, I guess I'll wait. Well, no, yeah, I'll wait. I was gonna talk about setup somewhere. What? Nice. It's what it might be capable of. It's what it might be capable of. That's scary. Yeah. Yeah. That's true. It somehow holds back anyway. Happy. Welcome back from the ads, guys. Thank you for the scritches. I really. Hello, Glitch. What the heck? What can I see? I hope you're doing well today. What's the heck? Everyone's stopping by today. Aww. As my internet wants to be a travesty. Oi, Janelle. You will get support. I'm not like those other individuals. You will get support. Because it's genuine. Hope you're doing well though. Wah 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 wah. One. Oh, I hate this. Okay. Ora bara. Aw. Okay. I'm trying. What? There we go. Okay. What I might end up doing, I'm trying to think. Because, like, if it's bad like this today, If it improves tomorrow, I'm now debating on whether or not I continue with Fragile Dreams tomorrow, or if I just do what I was going to do today tomorrow. I'm not sure. I feel like it's not fair for what I wanted to do today. Let me see. It's always up to you. Meanwhile, for science. Oh, I mean, well, okay. Oh, that's what you wanted to do? You just wanted to scritch the hair? I see. I got you. That's always funny, though. It's so weird. I appreciate it, though. Because Shimobe no Phoenix とドラゴンを倒した。さあ、誰でもかかってこい。Alright, Mr. Thanatos. How is this going to go? Okay. Oh. Oh no. What the heck? No. It came out of nowhere. It was unprompted. Oh. Oh. That's also unprompted. Oh. Oh, I see. Well, oh. Oh yeah, that's it for me on this one, for sure. Ah, the triangle. Ah, dang it. That's upsetting. I guarantee you it has something to do with a dang football game. I'm gonna be so upset if that is the case. I'm going to be so angry. I'm going to be so cross if I find out it's because of football streaming. But you know, it's that season. Soccer. Not soccer. It's not soccer. Promise you that. Yeah, that's why I say hand egg. Because then people will understand what I mean when I say hand egg. Or I guess American football, if that's a lot easier to understand. But yeah. Streaming at like 8K Ultra HD, where you can see and feel the sweat. It's like, nah, man. Nah, just go to the game at that point. Instructions unclear. Hen's egg. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Heart is broken, egg is too. If you know, you know. Hello, Conquer. Welcome to see. Hope you're doing well today. How are you? You're not having internet issues, are you? Because I sure am having some interesting streaming issues today. Even 4K is still overkill in most cases, in my opinion. I mean, but how are you going to get the 300 FPS of people running down the pitch and feeling the impact as they tackle someone? Feel the wind on your skin. No one else can do it for you, you know? Oh, come on. That's not even fair. Or something like that. Windy. Instructions also unclear. Let in a tackle. Brings a tackle box. I haven't been up long to notice any today, but all week I have been having weird cutouts at random times, and when I check the ISP status, they don't notice anything. It might... If it's streaming wise, then it might just be the platform then. I don't know. I have no idea. But that wouldn't necessarily be the case because I see the delay within like my capture and movements and stuff too, so that's why I feel like it has to be the connection itself and bandwidth and all that type of stuff. I restarted my computer earlier to get rid of any temp files and all that type of stuff. Flush out some of that stuff. Since we take forever to actually restart our computers, or we just don't at all, you know? So I wanted to make sure to at least check that off the list. Wow. Okay. Double, huh? Guess I can't really complain about that. Nice. Okay. Wow. Oh. Ah, so close. Curse you. Yappari damatta mitai. Yeah, that's what I was gonna talk about. But yeah, there's a lot of setup into like putting things together with like the capture and stuff. Every time I get ready to stream a game, if it's not PC oriented, well, no, every single one of my games that I stream, depending on what system, I end up adjusting the aspect ratio and all that type of stuff. So with N64, it's a toss-up. I know it's supposed to be 4:3, but sometimes I'll do it 8:7. But for Super Nintendo, it's 8:7 unless it's specific games that call for 4:3. When I stream Switch games, I stream at 16:10. And then for Steam games, I tinker with it a bit because it depends. Okay, it's a bombardment. Oh. No. Oh, that sucks. Man, okay. I could have cleared that for sure. But note to self, don't stream on Sundays. Gotta find a different day to stream if it's going to be like this, in the fall at least. Back in the day, we only had 4:3 and every game either looked right or didn't. That's true. That's true. They either looked right or they didn't. And the funny part is, CRTs just curved the game anyway. It curved the screen anyway. That was just what it did. So now it just looks wrong to not have it curved on the sides. Kinda, sorta. It's like, but the funny part is 4:3 isn't even like truly square, which really baffles me. 8:3 is closer to square than 8:7 is closer to square than 4:3 is, or at least from what I've noticed picture-wise, anyway. It's very confusing to me, anyway, but it's fun to tinker with as a streamer, right? You can make your games look like they're mobile. You can make their games look like they're from 1920. You can make them look like they're from 3029, you know? I don't know. You can get really fun with aspect ratio if you really want to. And keep in mind, guys, OBS is free. It's straight up free. I know we have our issues with it, but it's free. And super useful for those who are just want something to stream with. Instructions unclear. Junk stuck in ceiling fan. Not this. No, come on now, Jay. Come on. That's an old one. Old PC games were rendered in 320x200, which you think is sort of widescreen, but games like Doom were made to look good stretched vertically to fill the screen. Oh, stretched vertically. Okay, okay. Yeah. Oh shoot. Oh, that was stereo. I heard that. All right, let me check something else right quick. Diagnose. There's nothing wrong with my internet. Okay. So then why are my frames bad? I don't know. I'm sorry, you're right. That was Nathan. Yeah, my bad. You're right. I was like, that doesn't sound like something Jay would say. You're right. I apologize for that. Yeah, Nathan said that. How dare you, Nathan? You would, wouldn't you? You would, wouldn't you? For shame. That's the definition of, man, I'm bored. What would happen if In your defense, it was adjacent. I guess so. But you're not really a lewd individual now, are you? Oh. Exes can't keep track of their kids and the phrases we say. It's because instructions unclear. So I just assumed it was Jay because they kept saying that, and then you said that. It's not about keeping track of the kids. If you're a kid, I can ban you, you know? Because you aren't supposed to be here if you're a kid. Not that I should know your ages, however. It's not that difficult to follow instruction. And like, I know that usually when it comes to streaming or just like creating content and stuff, it should be for everyone to enjoy, that's true, but like the only real reason why we end up having these bans and stuff is so that we don't end up dealing with either weird allegations or like just a bunch of, like I said, a bunch of random meme stuff that you can't really control. Because I don't want people like coming into my chat saying a bunch of weird memes that I don't understand and then they not explain them. Because like, it's like, well, it's no fun if we have to explain the joke. Yeah, but it's no fun if I don't understand it either, you know? So... like, I know that it's not like 1 million adults or 4 million adults watching a streamer. I know it's more than just adults watching a streamer, trust me. Ain't no way that 4 million people can tune into like a high quality streamer stream from all over the world. So I'm well aware, but at the same time, like I said, it's about having etiquette. Gotta protect yourself in chat too, exactly. If the vibes are off, I have to do something about it, right? Does that include kid at heart? I don't know. I can't really base it off of that. Because by that logic, no one will watch anyone. I think. Everyone banned, exactly. Nah, like I said, just, you know, if you walk into a restaurant that sells pizza, don't go and say, hey, can I get a hamburger? Like, don't be stupid about it, please. Like, have some maturity. Jokes are only funny if both people get them. And like, you know, if they're clever. If it's not clever, then what's the point? Right? We're just here to have a good time. Not just one person having a good time at someone else's expense. We're just here to have a nice time. And I'm here to brighten your day. Unless you cause me issues, then no one will be happy. Crosses out section of script labeled fart gags. Man, I think everyone likes that though. If it's not fart gags, it's a D's nuts joke. In 2025. It's hard to explain being here even in this hypothetical. I guess. Well, people laugh at farts because of the sound, right? It's literally the reason, right? Especially when it's like spelled out. Because it's like you're trying to imitate the sound in a written form. That's probably why. That, and sometimes it's mostly because it's unexpected. And the sounds are like never really the same, I guess. So yeah, you can go into it. You can literally like go into like the science about it all, I guess, but you know. It's like how people like poop as well, right? Like, it's universally funny, I think. Farts are a reminder to never take ourselves too seriously. I guess that's true, yeah. Apparently their first one was found around 1500 BC. What the heck? Comparison between farts and snowflakes I never considered. So I wanted to... What the... Hold on. Let me read all of these. As long as it doesn't include that or kid at height, I think I'm good. So I wanted to see how old your mom jokes are, and apparently the first one was found around 1500 BC, and Shakespeare also did one. No two being the same. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, exactly, yeah. You could turn that into a haiku somehow. I don't know how you would do it, but if anyone could do it, Jay could do it. Jay could turn that into a haiku. Oh, hello, Laughing. Welcome, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well today. How are you? I'm dealing with weird frames today, but it is okay. Hope you're doing well. What-a-what-um-bum. Oh, don't get me started on haiku. I used to write riddles in haiku format. Oh, that's funny. I mean, haikus are fun. Well, fun, but you know what I mean. Haikus are great. What is with my... Has anyone ever had an issue? So, I do... With my taskbar, I have it where the behavior is automatically hidden, right? But sometimes it will automatically unhide itself. Or rather, it will hide itself and not unhide itself. And I have to, like, go into the thing to make it, like, turn it off and turn it back on again every so often. Hello, Arnold. Welcome back. Hi, Access. How's your day or night going so far? My internet's not great, but I'm okay for the most part. And by riddles, I usually meant glorified cryptic crossword clues. You know, I used to do crossword puzzles when I was younger because my mom loves crossword puzzles. I don't think I could really do them now because most of those crossword puzzles were TV related, and I don't even really watch TV anymore. So. Okay. And did you also ban me, Lappin, for agreeing with access on the Enderman allegation? What the heck? Banned roughly 12 accounts by hand. I just dealt with a little nuisance. Lappin. So this is what I don't know what was going on your end, but this is what I was talking about with the whole, like, ruining vibes thing. Right? It is not difficult to be nice. It is not difficult to be nice. It is not difficult to be nice. It is not difficult to comprehend being nice. So why are you ruining that for others? Don't ruin someone else's, like, vibe just because you had a bad day. If anything, they're there to cheer you up, so don't make it worse for them. That's really weird. Oh no. That's a nice thing about cryptics. They don't tend to lean on pop culture. Oh, I see what you mean. Puzzmo has pretty good X words that are within this day and age. Puzzmo. You know, I complain about like something Gen Z slang or whatever. I can only imagine Gen Z slang in other languages and how much people despise that as well. Or how weird it may be, right? Yeah, he's tough. He's really tough. Ah! Let me read this. Mostly individuals who do not seem to understand that German people can also have English only. Why is my scroll wheel not working? Okay, English only communities and do not want to deal necessarily with other Germans or the German language. They insisted on wanting to converse with me in German. This was on my Discord. They were apparently lurking the past 2 streams, but still. Idly calls up a daily cryptic clue. It contains mentions of texting and LOL plus too. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't, I guess that is kind of interesting to think about. Cause I never really thought about it like that, Lapin. Like, someone just going, oh, well, you're German. You speak German, even though your streams and whatnot are in German, or are in English. I'm gonna converse with you in German, one, because German is my language and, you know, or whatever. Maybe you'll speak German if I speak German or something like that. I don't know. I've had some trolls in my retro community trying to cause drama for views, and my friend who has mental health problems was very hurt by them. That's what I'm talking about. Let me, well, do I have one person left, or was that it? I don't remember. Okay, so that gives me the opportunity to switch games then. So let's talk about that then. Let's talk about that. I feel like it's very important to talk about stuff like this. There's a reason why rules are set. Oh, that's tall. Yep, that's really tall. Keep forgetting how tall that is. Wow, I'm really good at this, aren't I? Sorry for the sounds. But yeah, that's why you have to set the rules. That's why I had to start writing rules and stuff, because, you know, and I know people go, well, people aren't going to read the rules. That's dumb. People don't read the rules. Let me also change the brightness on my camera, or not camera, but my light here. Okay. It's like you say, don't do a thing. It's like, oh, come on, it'll be fine. What's wrong? No, like, if it wasn't a big deal, they wouldn't mention it. So just don't do it. Right? The sound of you slamming the cart brought me back. Well, it wasn't supposed to be slamming. That's just, you know, seating it in. I wasn't actually trying to slam it. Let me scroll up right quick as well. Oh, let me get off of the screen because it does flash every so often. I do not want to deal with other Germans because I'm gonna be 100% honest. It's exhausting and the language is very gendered. I am non-binary. That language isn't made for me to exist. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. The answer was a very unusual word. Carefully replace the table. Oh, I see. The sound of you slamming the cart brought me back. Some people just decided they want to do more harm than good, and that's who you gotta look out for. Yeah, exactly. There is only he, she, and it is in German. I am not an it, and I dislike being referred to as a he. Of course, neo pronouns exist. and aren't hard, but in German it is harder to implement. I see what you mean. Yeah, I got you. I got you. That's why I refer to you as they, as you prefer, right? So yeah, I get that. A little respect goes a long way. Thanks for taking my glasses, I guess. You know what? Just for that, I'll do it by hand. You guys want blur gaming? Guess you'll get blur gaming. Thank you for the scritches. I do need to stretch and drink water though. Until I can figure out how to toggle something like this, I'm just gonna have to end up doing that manually. I take care of the fox though. I think the scritches are bringing the ears back. Wait, are they? Are you sure? This video looks like my brain, nice and smooth. What the heck? I don't mind the average little joke or wink wink nudge nudge, but I do think people are too comfortable approaching you and insist upon talking your native language if they also speak it. 11, well, usually, okay, in your case I am understanding. I brought them back along with the tale, which my narrative cannot explain. I brought them back along with the tale. Well, you redeemed Fox or human, so when you redeemed Fox, the ears and tail came back, yeah. Because if you just do scritches by themselves, the ears don't come back. If that's what you're saying. I'd say it like this, Lappin. Like I said, I do understand from your viewpoint. Let's say someone goes into, like, say Moonstream, and someone has redeemed Make Me Talk in Dutch for 1 minute. And so someone comes in and they hear Dutch. So then they start typing Dutch. But then even after the 1 minute is over, the new person probably still continues to talk in Dutch. But then there's a rule that would say, always keep the chat in English unless, you know, the redeem is done or whatever, right? So, like, that's a thing too. No, it was the scritches, they're magic. Oh, I'll have to take a look later then. I thought I had it fixed, but I wonder why. Yes, though my nonsense is distracting from this. I feel like it's people seeking commonality. Yeah, probably so. Like, for example, if you have, say, the furry tag on Twitch, guess what? More than likely you're going to attract other furries as well. And they're probably going to call you a furry as well, even if you see yourself as not a furry. But then why would you have the furry tag? You know? I do not know binary. Well, I am way too antisocial towards other Germans. I see. I didn't really realize that you did have so much animosity. However, like I said, since you did bring up the whole, like, German being a very gendered language and you are non-binary, meaning that you only go by they, I understand. I do understand. I think that we have been coded to think based on the sound of a voice, that we end up saying sir or ma'am based on the timbre of voice. So higher voice tends to trigger they may be female. Lower voice tends to trigger they may be male. And people will automatically go towards one or the other until corrected, I think. And it's something that is going to take a very long time to get used to, unless it is established immediately. For example, I started watching a streamer a while back. It was this year. I'm pretty sure they go by they. I never asked. I just figured based on vibes. I figured based on model, vibes, and like just from display alone. Granted, they're Japanese. But just from everything I've seen and and stuff like that, and listening and whatnot, I just straight up assumed that it's they. So I just call them they. They seem very androgynous, so I just call them they. It's all about just trying to read the room. Reading the air around you. So, your redeems are fine. I just thought it'd be fun to act like the screeches remanifest. Oh! You were gaslighting me. I see. Or I guess I don't see because everything is blurry, right? It all makes sense now. I get it. But yeah. It's like if I were to like speak... Whoops. If I were to speak Japanese for like a minute or two, suddenly I'd get people... Oh, you gave me my glasses back. I see. And like... But then people start speaking like in a lot of kanji that I don't know. But then again, I would look it up, but that's different. Obviously that's different. But if I were to go, well, I'm gender fluid, which means that I go by either and all for the most part. And then you look at my model, but then you go like, you insist on being like, dude bro, then I'm gonna look at you very funny because I do aim for androgyny, and while I don't mind the pronouns of either or, usually I can tell based on vibes what people are aiming for. That's why I had to like get rid of one individual in particular, because they were insisting. They were trying to fit me to their narrative really badly, and they are also like, what's the word I'm looking for? What is the word? I'd say misogynistic, and also not a huge fan of women. So I was like, okay, I'm getting rid of you. You're not fun to deal with. Let me read this too. I speak in atheistic. I don't know if that's what that's called though. It's ASCII numbers in binary for the word hello. I just wanted to be a butt. Oh, I see. Your dawning understanding remanifested your glances as a big metaphor or something. Thank you. Excess is just excess, and we love excess and laughing. Yeah, of course. On the redeem language switch thing, I do not personally mind it, as it's a redeem for a reason, and a little reminder. Post timer ran out. Doesn't hurt or is a bother, but people do need to respect boundaries, and we did have that convo before that some people do not seem to understand that you are also a person and not an exhibit at the zoo when streaming or creating content. No, see, I was talking about that earlier. Apparently streamer culture is that you poke fun and make fun of streamer because the streamer's agony is the pleasure of the viewer, which I don't agree with. But so many people have made that a thing that people just think that that's the culture. I used to think that was just Twitch culture in general. because people do that a lot, or they did that a lot, that and spammy. But I learned later that the spamminess comes more from like raids and stuff. So I understand what that is now, but that's a little different. Man, my internet is struggling today. At least we can get some talks out of it. Man, the replay is gonna be really bad, but I just really wanted to hang out with you guys today. So I'm sorry that my quality is really, really bad today, but I hope that you understand. You know, my brain really wanted to autocorrect it to aesthetic, and I had to tell myself it actually said atheistic. I figured you meant aesthetic, but since I saw that, I read it like twice, and I was like, yeah, this says atheistic, doesn't it? So, yeah. Remember though, flash warning. When if people don't understand something completely, then they're going to be like, huh, what's that? I don't get it, right? Cause I grew up in the 90s, okay? This was when they wasn't considered, or at least they wasn't commonly used to refer to a person. We would always say he or she, or oneself, or something like that, until people started speaking out more about it, and they referring to someone as opposed to multiple people only. I grew up in that era, but I also grew up and learned. That's why I'm also fine with just going by they, because I don't mind, right? A lot of people still don't understand, or a lot of people also don't understand that. Here's a funny one. Here's an interesting one. A lot of people can't understand liking or feeling attracted to like a pretty face if it doesn't fit their narrative, if that makes sense. And so people will end up using a lot of like harsh language towards other people just because they feel attracted to this individual, but this individual doesn't fit their narrative. And it's upsetting, really. You can't just like what you like for some odd reason. That's bad, apparently. While it really shouldn't be, though. Like, you like what you like. If someone looks attractive, guess what? They're attractive. Like, you know, I don't know. But then you want to go, oh, they're not what I thought they were, and then you slander them because they weren't what you thought that they were, or something like that. And that's really upsetting. Lappin' have a charm. They do have a charm. I'm pretty masochistic when playing crap bargain bin games, but that's the only enjoyment from them. It's not like I even dislike doing it, because I do find my own enjoyment from doing it, right? Exactly. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, as they say. Exactly. Y'all, my beautiful excess alone. Y'all leave my beautiful excess alone is a beautiful femboy and must be protected of all times. Please stop asking weird questions, please. Who said I was a femboy? Now, where'd that come from, friend? I don't have any tags that say that I'm a femboy. I said I'm gender fluid. That doesn't automatically mean femboy now, does it? I guess that's what's so weird about labels too. You have femboy, tomboy, and stuff like that. It's like, I don't know. I meant to say leave him alone. I guess. I don't know where that coming from, buddy Chumpel. Right? Right? Look, I get it. I get it. I have a low voice, a low-ish voice, I guess. I don't have muscle. So I guess that automatically makes me feminine or something. I wouldn't say that I'm, like I said, I'm not really muscular, but I'm just who I am. That's just it. Like I said, we go back to the whole it's hard to understand situation because we don't fit a particular narrative. We aren't typical. It's not what they teach you, and it's not what you learned from books or from stuff in school. You know, the boy gives the girl a flower to show affection or something and stuff like that. I'm just messing around. No, I know. Because like I said before, I go by all pronouns. Just don't call me it, because that means you're objectifying me, and if you're objectifying me, that's a problem. I don't see myself as like an object. I know people like to objectify people because, you know, apparently it's fun to do, but I would advise against that. Don't objectify people. People are people, and they want to be treated as such, you know? And I think people forget that over time. They feel like if you aren't them or they aren't you, then it doesn't matter if you hurt their feelings because your feelings aren't hurt. I think that's the biggest problem. Excess, would you ever consider playing the original Metal Gear for NES? I haven't played a single Metal Gear, actually. And you want to know the funny part? I actually have Metal Gear Solid for 3DS, physical copy, and I've never played it. But I have it. Weird, right? So I have no idea, Nate. I have no idea. Let me read some more. What's that say? For example, with how it's taught more often than not, people forget that intersex individuals also exist. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I would always say it feels like we keep coming up with more and more and more labels for people, even within the subcultures. But even within the LGBTQ plus community, people are coming up with more and more and more labels to practically ostracize, I guess. It's either to ostracize or to make you feel special. And I'm going to be honest with you, it's a lot to keep up with. That's why I'd rather just not be, you know, labeled. It's not like I'm a Pokemon. Like, if you've played Pokemon Showdown, it's not like I'm a Pokemon who's been status affected to heck and back. Where you see all the different, like, parameters on the Pokemon, right? Checks off all the boxes. Confused, burned, infatuated, speed low, attack up, defense up, accuracy down by like 4, all that type of stuff, right? It feels like people are putting a lot of statuses on themselves. Like, I'm I don't know, what is it? Demi asexual, I don't know what, asexual, demi pansexual, androgynous, you know, it's I don't look, I'm excess Kina Vira. I hope you enjoy my content. I hope you like my voice. I hope you just like hanging out. I'm excess. How you doing? You know? I do not care. You are excess? I am excess. I am excess Kina Vira at your service. I'm here to provide you with gaming content / entertainment because, like, even though this is my favorite game, I am not the master of said game. So, but a pleasure to meet your acquaintance, all the same. That's all. I don't think there's anything wrong with just liking someone for being a person. We have a long way to go before people are super accepting along that fact. Because you will have the mindset of, well, you look like this, which means that also means that you're presenting as this. So I can only assume that since you are presenting as this, that you would take on this particular role. And that's where things get messy. You fit this particular mold, therefore this is the role that you're trying to take. And it's like, no, there's not a role that I'm taking here. I am who I am because I am who I am. There is no role involved. Oh, hey. What does that say? Watch stream reached. Dreamcast.net is currently on a dash stream street. What is the number? Oh, you gigantified. What the heck? That's beautiful. Thank you for the what is that? How many is that? Oh, intersex people do get born with physical traits of both cisgenders, and in some instances even both sets of genitals. For example, here it is illegal to do corrective surgery on these babies post-birth here in Germany. Oh, interesting. Yeah. And they're pretty rare too, interestingly enough. Yeah. But they're people too, that's the thing. Twitch is being real strange about some of its default pop-ups recently. I've noticed. Yeah. I forgot Twitch changed the shoutouts, which broke 7TV, which broke gigantic emotes. I see it being gigantic on my OBS, but I don't see it on the chat itself on the pop-out, which is very interesting. I appreciate it otherwise though. I don't know what's happening with most of the redeems. Just like how I don't know what's happening with my internet. But yeah, it seems that people need a lesson in just treating people right and fairly. You can still be nice to people. You can, like, for example, you can hold the door open. I know, like, there's what's called like chivalry, right? Where like a lot of times guys will hold the door open for girls because it's a nice thing to do, but honestly you can do it with anyone or for anyone and stuff like that. It's just a nice gesture to hold the door open for somebody, depending on the culture, because some cultures don't really do that. But like I grew up where, like, you know, you hold the door open for someone and stuff like that and all that type of stuff. Just treat everybody with respect. It doesn't hurt to be nice. It really doesn't. Flash warning. But people will go out of their way to be like, oh, hey, this person looks very feminine, but they have a low voice. I'm going to mess around and only call them male pronouns because it'll be funny or something. And it's like, you don't really have to do that per se, because I know what you're trying to do, but I'm fine with either or. But since you're trying to fit me in a narrative, I can tell that this is ill-spirited. We don't need to worry about chivalry ever being dead as long as people still ride horses. It comes from chevalier. I like that. Yeah, a while back I couldn't remember what the word was, because chivalry is one of my favorite words to ever exist. But yeah, I don't know. You'd be surprised that like a nice notion or action being done towards someone else that doesn't look like them, be it like skin or gender or whatever, can really make people's like blood boil for some weird reason, and it really shouldn't. So like, I don't know. I never understood it. I never really understood why people have to be the way they are. Also, there are ad breaks. There's an ad break on Twitch. You know what? I will take that break. I haven't been taking the breaks, and I should, because they're also for me. They're not just for reminders. In terms of intersex, they make up roughly 1.7% of the world's population, which still is 140 million humans. Super wild if you think about it. Yeah, very. I will stretch when I come back. I will stretch when I come back because I know you guys want to hear that anyway. But I will be right back. Tadaima, I am back. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. What did I miss? I'd say some of my favorite words, but I probably wouldn't stop for a while. In terms of interstitial, yeah, I read that one. While my brain was being silly for a lot of it, I feel for you laughing. I'm glad you were able to remove individuals that were making it hard for you to feel seen. Exactly. Exactly. At the risk of going full word nerd, the linguistic rewiring as part of the cultural rewiring around non-binary ideation sounds like a very interesting and complicated process. The amazing part of having a common word to refer to an individual of uncertain gender is that it can be utilized universally from job openings, searches, etc. Yeah, it's like how do you inherently How do inherently gendered languages even start dealing with that? Because if they need to invent new cases and articles, I'm going to throw my hat into the ring like a frisbee. Ideation is one of my favorite words, suffice to say. Oh, I see. Yeah, because then you have to think, what made people decide to start calling certain objects using like she pronoun, he pronoun, well, not pronoun, but like in Spanish, how like some words end with A and other words end in O, right? Even if they are objects, right? And stuff like that, right? It does make you wonder, in all honesty. For example, they added the gender star system here for job openings. Gender star system? What's that? I know that when it comes to businesses and stuff, people are trying to reach some sort of quota, right? Because if you have like a business that only makes up, that like is only filled with literally one type of individual, then it makes it seem like the company is very exclusive as opposed to inclusive. So then they end up going, well, let's also see if we can get some minorities in, since it looks like we only hire insert this here, right? And then they do that, and then people go, huh, it's kind of weird that all of a sudden this is happening or something like that. And it's like, they're just trying to do the thing. But you also don't want it to be like, well, you only got the job because we were trying to, you know, add minorities and stuff. No, you still put them through the process of, can they do the job, right? You can still throw that out the window. But if the company still has to meet a quota of, well, we still need to have a mixed bag of people so that it doesn't look bad, or also because there's no real reason to only have one set or type of people, then I don't see like that to be a real issue for the most part. But then you start getting people going, well, you only, oh, thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. You then end up getting people saying stuff like, oh, well, you know, like certain colleagues, they'll be, or, you know, coworkers, and they'll be like, well, you know, you only got this job because we needed like a minority here. And it's like, that's very off-putting, but at the same time, they still chose that person. So that's always going to happen though, unfortunately. It's not good, but that does happen. For example, the baker, their baker, mask for baker, their blocker, and would refer to both mask and film, as in baker, as baker, and would be the fem term for it. Still very crude, but works nicer. Sort of like she in the same. Yeah, I see what you mean. But yeah. No, I get that. Well, it's kind of like, so you have the word actor, which you would think, oh, you know, they're an actor, right? They act in like films and stuff. But then you have the word actress. So if you have the word, hello, web adventure. If you have the word, and yeah, it's going to be delayed because my internet is so horrid today. If you have the word actress, you're already put on a radar that this is a female actor, because actress refers to a female actor or female presenting actor, even though actor itself can technically be gender neutral. Or waiter, but you have waiter and waitress as well, and stuff like that. But yeah, like you have an electrician. An electrician is still an electrician. There's not like a female specific word for electrician. You are just an electrician, right? Regardless of gender. You are an engineer, regardless of gender. Stuff like that, really. You have tailor and seamstress, but they both, I would assume they do the same thing. They both like sew and make clothes and stuff, right? Unless they are different in a sense. in which case I apologize if I don't know enough. I do prefer communing in English though, as it's just more fluent and works more like a charm. Like I said, I hear a lot from different people that apparently it's a lot easier for them to speak in English than their first primary language. I hear it from German, I hear it from French, I hear it from those are the two that come to my mind. Uh-oh. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, cool. What? Wink. It's the Tor words. Tress is actually just a modern tricks. Tor and tricks were the specifiers. So, waitress would be waitrix then? An actor would be actrix then? I guess it's kind of like when you use the term MX to refer to, like, you know, a non-gendered specific, like Mr. Mrs. Mr. Ms, right? Mex. I think it's just straight up pronounced Mex, right? The white block contains magic powers that will enable you to defeat your enemies. Yes. Giant land, my favorite land. Big land, big island. English has less grammar rules and is more generalized compared to German or some of my other spoken languages. Yeah, we need to bring back Aviatrix. I want to play that in Scrabble. Jay, you do realize you're just gonna win in Scrabble regardless, right? It doesn't matter what words they bring back, you're still going to win. Have you forgotten that? That's just your thing. That's just something that you're into. You're going to win. You're going to have the upper hand. And if you don't, you will find a way. Otherwise, you will probably crash out. That is your profession. Being a wordsmith, right? Apparently I just hit a block above me. But yeah, like I said, if you just straight up say actor or something, no one's gonna go, oh hey, that's a male actor and not a female actor. It's only when you say actress that they're gonna go, oh, a female actor. Or a waitress, a female waiter. Because we do have words for that. But you don't have to use those words if you don't want to. If you do use those words, more power to you. But you don't have to if you don't want to. That's the thing. By the way, I will pass out in bed soon. Been awake for a bit. Oh, absolutely. Please, please. Take care of yourself, Lavin. I'm glad you got some stuff done. I'm glad you purged some people. As long as you start to feel more comfortable, that's all that matters in the world. There's only one of you, you know? There is only one of you. So take care of you. No one can be you. Except for you. Nice. Frog suit. Frog suit Luigi is the fastest in the world. Boy. Okay. What? Ah. I love purging. I'm sure you do, Lepin. Almost as much as Arson. But please get some rest. Take care of yourself. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. If you didn't purge the VOD, maybe I'll take a look. Because I need to take a look anyway. But that's only if you haven't purged it, so. Because I know you only stream like 2 times out of the week most of the time. Exercise or exercising is good exercise. The VOD has none of it, luckily. Oh, I see. I see. It happened on the side mid cutscene. Oh, okay. I got you. Okay. This is probably one of the reasons why a lot of people don't have chat shown on screen. Because, or at least I know a lot of people say that, oh, I didn't know you could go atop this. A lot of people do say that a lot of times they will have Twitch chat on screen, but they won't have YouTube chat on screen because the moderation for YouTube doesn't exist. So, and people will say some wild things even though you told them not to, because kids don't listen to people. Granted, adults don't listen to people either, but you know, respect, it goes a long way. Like I said, I value respect a lot, actually. Heck, I start off showing people with respect before I even get to know them. Discord has been scrubbed. Yeah, good. Sometimes we have to get rid of the stinkers, you know, unfortunately, because not everyone can be good, and not everyone wants to be good. Sometimes people do want to see the world burn, unfortunately, because probably they will get more attention from that than doing anything good, which is unfortunate, by the way. Oh, nice. Man, this game is still beautiful. Even though I do like the NES version more, I definitely do appreciate All-Stars. There has always been a divide between people, between NES version versus Super Nintendo version. I do like both. But at the same time, flash warning, I'm also going to get the hardest difficulty from the NES version, like the JP NES version. Since I've abandoned myself to this part of my psyche, the spect in respect is the same one as in spectacles. I would give you your glasses here, but you already have them. So that's why people do the whole, haha, when you wear glasses, you look like a nerd. And is that also another reason why in video games, a lot of times, if you wear like glasses, it raises your wisdom, or I'm sorry, your intellect? That would make a lot more sense. Heck, even in Atlas, if you wear spectacles, you get more mind power. So yeah, it makes sense. Today I learned. I also like the word spectacles, or spectacle, yeah. So yeah. That's really cool. Okay. It's because respect is giving something a second look. Oh, that does make sense. I did also make it a documented ban, in fact, which means if they even dare to come back, I can actually go out of my way and get a cease and desist. I'm not being too harsh or go far. I just exercise my rights to avoid harassment. Exactly. I feel like that's okay. I don't think people deserve to just get ransacked with harassment like that. It's called harassment for a reason. It's not about levels of harassment. It's not about, oh, it wasn't that bad. Harassment is still harassment. And that's something that people don't understand as well. Yeah, do what you gotta do. It's your thing, you know? Legit. People need some time to get a slap on the wrist. Well, more than that, but yeah. A slap on the wrist is not really much of anything, but yeah. It has to be impactful. That is the thing. That is the thing that will keep people from doing that again. It has to be something impactful. If it's something that people can just take, it's like when you were, if you grew up in my era or before my time, getting a whipping was supposed to mean something. It was supposed to impact you in a way where if you messed up and you got that, you weren't supposed to do it again because you will get that again. But if you become numb to it, then it doesn't bother you and you have to try a different tactic. So. And then people get so angry that they do worse things. Hence why it turned into abuse later. So. That's how you get people to stop doing something if they're going to continue to do something. You have to make it where they're gonna regret it, basically. Not like, oh, I didn't care about that anyway, right? Access grew up in the 1800s. I did not actually. I told you I was a 90s kid. So no, I did not. I know that breaks immersion and whatnot. And then it's like, what immersion? But, you know, I already have a fox/human toggle. So what immersion, right? I'm just a person. I'm just a person who streams on the internet and likes to have company and likes to learn about different things and stuff. What I don't like is being harassed or having my friends be harassed or what have you, obviously. Well, just the way you said whipping. I'm sorry, whooping. Whooping. You happy? Whooping. But which 90s? 1990s. Yeah. We haven't hit 2090 yet, guys. Come on. This is gonna be a weird VOD to go back to. Not just the fact that, you know, my frames are not great, but it's gonna be a weird one to go back to. So. World 4. Come on. I always pick the middle one even though it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Come on. Okay. This game has so many secrets. I wish everyone a good night, and for some, even a pleasant one. Which you get is what you make it. That's true. Sleep well, Laughing. La criatura. The lovable criatura. Okay. That threw me off for a second. I was like, what just happened? The more I study language, the more it does become apparent that speaking and reading/writing are two totally different things. You would think it wouldn't be. Like, if you read enough, you would think that you would be able to speak just fine. But it's really not the case. Weirdly enough. But it's like, well, the words are there, you're reading them. So if you read them enough and you read the expressions enough, then you should be able to speak it too. But the skill of speaking is still a different thing. And getting the cadence of the speaking as well. As someone who grew up learning English natively, like, I understand where cadences are in the writing. As someone still learning Japanese, on the other hand, yep. You don't really see it or notice it if you only look at the writing. Because a lot of times in Japanese writing, there aren't really any breaks in between what's written. The breaks are actually from the particles that are used. And that's something you have to get used to. And if you write in all hiragana, you're not going to really notice them immediately unless you have the words memorized. So it took me a while to understand that. I'm still trying to make sure that I shape the words properly. Because even if you say a word right, it can still determine whether or not you sound like a robot or not. Like if I listen to JP Siri, then I know how the timbre is going to be. So if I speak to people that way, they will know that I sound like a robot. Something like that. Which sounds closer to like, well, proper Japanese, proper like Tokyo newscaster dialect, I guess. Because it's delivered to you like as straight as possible, I guess. Or what you would find in textbooks. Which is also like the robotification. I'd say textbook learning is really for learning vocabulary. Because like I said, when I was learning like English as a kid, we used to do a lot of worksheets involving like learning new vocabulary, how to use it in a sentence, make these sentences, right? And the more you wrote them down or made sentences with them, the more you remembered them. This is one of the reasons why so many people learning kanji natively, like Japanese people, Chinese people, have them memorized because they would have to actually write them over and over to memorize it, because stroke order is important as well. And I know it's weird talking about that in 2025, but it's part of the culture as well. Most people probably don't write them like that anymore, but it's still nice to see that people do write them down, especially when people do like, if you see streamers doing like a stream and they pull out like paint or whatever and they write their name or something like that, you can see like the writing and whatnot. Some people have great penmanship, some people, well, don't. Some people don't really write that stuff anymore. Need to pick up Duo again. Like I said, if you want vocabulary and you just want to get used to the hiragana, katakana, you can use Duolingo. Oh, I'm glad you mentioned. So this is great. This is perfect. Stroke, yeah, it's called stroke order. I know you have to, you know, have your mind in the gutter at all times, but it is actually called stroke order. Changes how I write 5 halfway through my life. Yeah, stroke order isn't as important in English, obviously. But you will get looked at weird if you do write something of like in a weird way, obviously. But like, so I talked about how I was struggling a lot with Duolingo where I am, because apparently Duolingo sees me as being like at a level of 72 or something for Japanese, which is why I'm stuck in law, I guess. But what I found to be very useful for me is to go to the English side as a Japanese speaker. And you're probably wondering, Excess, of course you're going to ace the English side because you speak English. But in order for me to ace the English side, I still have to understand Japanese as well. And in this case, it's writing. Because they don't say anything in Japanese for the most part. Except for like some of the listening stuff or when it does like a radio show thing. But it doesn't, like, you have to know how to read it as well. So what I do with that, I still try to make it useful for me. So I go into it and I will fill out the English sentence and it will show what it translates to in Japanese. And then I practice my reading of the Japanese and get used to the cadence and whatnot. The girlfriend tried to teach me Korean. Your girlfriend's Korean? I didn't know that. Korean it's easy to learn the alphabet, but beats me how to actually write it. It's not hard to read either, but I don't understand how it's put together. I didn't do enough studying to know. In fact, Nathan, I don't even know how to count in Korean. I don't even know the number 1 in Korean. I have no idea at all. Greetings, the thief who stole the whistle has escaped to the east side of the sand dunes. Okay. But I do that. So since I'm on basic level English, I'm reading the basic sentences, Japanese sentences, or what they have there. So I will see like a more natural way that they have it in Japanese because they're trying to associate that. Like I learned like the phrase or the sentence "I'm late." I think they translated to in Japanese as "Michi ni mayoimashita." Mayoi, I think it's mayoimashita, something like that. Which is like a combination of, I guess, I'm lost on the path or something like that. I've lost my way on the path or something like that. There are a lot of phrases put together basically. Like there is a lot of conjunctions too, like notte ikimasu. Like if I were to say like Uma o notte ikimasu, it means that I went by a horse or something like that, or I went on a horse. But the word ikimasu means to go, but notta or norimasu is to ride. So you would put those together though, like notte ikimasu or something like that, right? Or noru itta or something like that. But you do that sometimes basically. But you can put 2 and 2 together, or like how a lot of times you can turn a noun into a verb by, like, the common one for me is benkyo, which means to study. To study, yeah. And the reason why I blanked there is because I think manabu is to learn and benkyo is to study, I think. So you would say benkyo suru or benkyo shimasu. So you're putting those together. Shimasu is like do, to do. Verb to be. So you would say do study, right? Benkyo shitemasu, I'm studying, right? And there are a lot of words like that. In fact, there's a lot of, what is it? Just a lot of words in general. In fact, I think that are like katakana words can be turned into a verb just from that, I think. As well. So Japanese actually isn't that difficult in terms of learning the grammar per se. However, learning dialect and memorizing the kanji can be difficult. Because not even, like, even Japanese speakers don't have all of them memorized. They just learn a lot through osmosis and school. Because it's taught in school. So if you aren't native, then chances are you're going to be learning like from a textbook. I like how the fire flower disappeared because it couldn't like handle the data of both, I guess. But yeah, I've done a lot of like something study, but that's the problem. I've said before that a lot of people will go through school and stuff learning how to take tests, you know, standardized tests and stuff, learning how to read these sentences, these robotic sentences, right? Ninjin no katteimasu. No, that's wrong. Ninjin o kaita. Ninji no kaita. I think it's kaita. Which means I bought a carrot or something like that. Watashi wa ninjin o Kaita. Or, is it kai? Kaimashita. I guess would be the keigo. Watashi wa ninjin o kaimashita. Or something like that. Flowers and mushrooms are at war in this universe. That's why fire flowers bypass regular mushroom states. Oh my god. But they're one-up mushrooms. Get out of here. You aren't selling me any viewers. Why would I want bots? That's terrible. Get out of here. Thank you, Saribot. You're a real one. But yeah, I've studied a lot of it. I still need to learn more vocabulary, because it's true that you can learn as much as possible, but then you go up to someone and they could go, see, even I'm struggling just to think of a situation, because like I've done more like studying of grammar and stuff than I have of actual like common phrases and stuff. But I guess the common one would be like "O genki desu ka?" right? And then you just, you know, "Hai, genki desu. Anata wa?" You know, or a person's name wa? Because you usually don't really want to say "anata" unless you like know them personally. So you usually want to refer to them by name. By name of reference. Or something like "Doko kara kimashita ka?" or something like that. And it's like "America jin desu." "Anata wa?" or whatever, you know. And stuff like that. Common stuff. And of course, if you like introduce yourself, you know, you say like your name, and you don't necessarily have to say where you're from per se, but you know, you say something about yourself, you know, "I am such and such," you know, or "my name is such and such." You don't necessarily have to go like "Watashi no namae wa." You could just go like "name desu," you know, "Kinavira desu. Excess kinavira desu. Dozo yoroshiku." Or just like "Yoroshiku ne. Yoroshiku." Or something like that. But then again, it has to do with politeness levels. If you want to go the long route, the absolute like keigo route, you would go like "Hajimemashite. Watashi no name wa Excess kinavira desu. Dozo yoroshiku onegai shimasu." But that's long. And it kind of sounds like you're going to like a company or a business. But then again, if you're doing a company thing, it's going to be even longer and more profound. So, but if you're just hanging with friends, even though you've met them for the first time, it's still going to be somewhat casual and not like some sort of like super business thing. So you just be like, you know, yahoo. You could still be like, you know, "Hajimemashite," right? "Kinavira desu. Yoroshiku. Dozo yoroshiku." You know, just depends on how polite you want to be. And stuff like that. Wow. The waffles. Everyone's favorite enemy. The waffle lights. But yeah, I am no expert on the language at all whatsoever. I don't speak it much because I don't have anyone to speak to. But I've tried so much to read it more. And I must say as well, another reason why I switched over to learning English from the JP side, it actually feels nice to read sentences that do have both kanji and hiragana in them. Reading straight sentences of nothing but hiragana is tiring. It's as tiring as reading sentences like, "Hello, I woke up. I went to the store. I bought cereal. I now go home. I am tired. I will sleep now." Like a lot of short sentences with full stops at the end, right? That becomes very tiring. And that's usually why we make our sentences much longer. Like, today I decided to go to the store because I was craving my favorite cereal or something like that. Alright. So, plus it makes the sentences look a lot shorter when you actually have kanji in them. You just have to learn the kanji, right? That's why I was struggling with reading Pokemon for a bit, but that's also because I didn't understand the cadence. I'm getting better at that now. I came to an epiphany like a few days ago or a week ago in regards to that. Well, I lost that. I forgot I had to do it more than once because, well, one, I'm using 2 characters and you have to actually climb the tower to get to the sky, you know. The Tower of Babel, I guess. The spiral tower. But yeah, I'm getting better at that. And even though there are some spaces in like Pokemon or even Fire Emblem 1, you can still kind of get stuck if you're not used to how long words are or how many like syllables / mora words are. Because that's what I was struggling with for a long time, and I'm still struggling, but I'm getting better. I just learned that I had to slow down, get the cadence, think a little bit, and just move forward. The world wasn't built in a day. People didn't learn a language in a day. People didn't learn a language in a year. Think about how many grades it took you in school to get proficient at even speaking. And not just that, but speaking with people in your household as well, right? It takes a while. That doesn't make me any less nervous for later, but I'm just really happy that I'm getting an opportunity. I feel honored, actually. What? But I can understand the stress of learning a new language and interacting with someone who speaks it natively. Especially if you come from a culture where you are prided on being the best, I suppose. Since there's so much pressure being put on you for not being the best. You know, like a B is not good enough. Sometimes an A is not good enough. You have to always reach A+. Or you are, you know, dishonorable or something like that. Yeah. Slow and steady, slow and steady. Immerse yourself within the language. Learn the writing style if it has a different one. Get used to the cadence of how people speak. And just take it little at a time. Learn the expressions that natives say as people talk to you and stuff. And go from there. I say it as if I've mastered it when I haven't. But this is what I'm basically doing now. This is basically how I'm viewing things. So, language learning is fun. Wah, wah, wah. Because then you'll end up learning like native memes and stuff too. Kind of like, you know, Apple Pen. And stuff like that. It's like Apple Pen is universal at this point. Heck, Gangnam Style was like a meme because that was the song that took the world by storm. That's how I first learned about K-pop. Or Korean music in general. I still don't know what a Gangnam Style is, but I remember when it took the world by storm. And there goes my frames, even more. I will play for a little bit longer and then I will end stream, because like I said, today is just a bad stream day. Unfortunately. I hopefully apologize for that. If you tell me nobody involved in Gangnam Style itself knew what it was, I'd believe that. Yeah. I guess so. I wonder. I do wonder about that. Okay. Fire on the ceiling. Why? Oh. No. Oh. Oh. Interesting architecture you have here. Architecture. Fire in the water. Why? Yeah. Flash warning. It's always nice to like see how much effort that people do put into learning a language from overseas, because I can't imagine too many people in Japan actually just straight up speaking English, right? So like you have to imagine, hello minor mole, what can I see you? Hope you're doing well today. How are you? You have to imagine like what chances they even get to speaking English, unless they play shooter games with people online. More than likely that's going to be the most that people are going to interact. I'm not sure what video games like Japanese people usually play together a lot if it's not shooters. Doing well, just editing? Nice. My internet's been really bad today, so I apologize. But other than that, I'm doing well. Mario Kart? Mario Kart. Oh yeah, Mario Kart. You're right. I didn't think about that. And I'm bad at Mario Kart too. In fact, that's literally the reason why I hadn't streamed World. And I played it twice, so I just never streamed it. I was never good at Mario Kart, but I do tolerate it more than Mario Party, so. But yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. It's either Mario Kart or Minecraft, I think. But yeah, I like to listen to collab streams because then I get to hear call and response. Or just interactions in general. They're super useful as a language learner like myself. Because it's one thing to learn phrases. Sorry. But it's another to respond. Right? Like active listening and responding. Because obviously, if we know a language enough, our mind will automatically get things. Like the moment that the word, okay, that disappeared. I'll take that. The moment that the words come out of someone else's mouth, we kind of know how it's going to be formed in the sentence, and we can already like respond in a manner, right? Hearing conversation is definitely the best way to be able to hold it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like someone could say something along the lines of Watashi no inu wa boshi o urimasu. And then you'd be like, eh? Honto? Honto desu ka? Anata no inu? Honto? Eh? Because all I really said was, my dog sells hats. It's like, what? No? What do you mean by that? You know? どういうことですか? Eh? すげえ, you know? Just say something wild, right? That's how you get active listening into play though. You say something that's like haberdashant? That's how you get people to actively listen, because a lot of times people are so used to automatic sentences that they're not actively listening to you. So someone could ramble and ramble and ramble, and then you would say something that's absurd that would actually get them to lock into what you say. You're like, wait. It's like, wait, what? I zoned out for a minute. What did you say? It's like, you weren't listening until I said something absurd, right? Because everything becomes so automatic until you hear something that's out of the ordinary. And stuff like that. Oh. But yeah, I mean, learning like vocabulary is one thing. Learning how to use it is another. It's very important to learn phrases for sure, or how the words are used. Like I said, I always use like kohi o nomu, which is like drink coffee. And funnily enough, I learned, at least with Duolingo, and this is real, for the expression of taking medicine, in Japan, it's drink medicine. It's just drink medicine. No matter what it is, like the expression is, kusuri o nomimasu, which is like take medicine, but it's drink medicine though. But that's the expression. And one time I was telling I think I was talking to Shan Mao in her stream, Makof Shan Mao. I mentioned something about how you could say like kohi o nomimasu and kusuri o nomimasu, but in English that's drink coffee and take medicine. And you would think, why is it so different? Because the expression for take a picture in Japanese is shashin o totte or shashin o toru, but you wouldn't use toru or totte for taking medicine. You would just say the drinking word instead. So context is important, and that's why it's important to learn the phrases for what they're being associated with. Otherwise things would sound weird. It's like, oh, well, technically it makes sense when you put the words together, but you wouldn't say these two together type situation. Be careful in the ice world. The creatures trapped in the ice will come to life if warmed. So yeah, that's why it's important to have that call and response, learn like the expressions to be able to respond to them instead of trying to translate what you heard in your language. Immerse yourself into theirs so that whenever someone does say, "O genki desu ka?" you can just respond with, "Hai, genki desu." Or like, "Kyou ii tenki desu ne." "Ah, sou desu ne." "Sou desu ne, demo atsui desu. Mecha atsui desu ne. Atsui desu yo." Like, it's fine weather, isn't it? Yes it is. It's kind of hot today, or something like that. It's super important. But yeah, I have a lot to learn still. Especially for someone being, I guess, self-taught. Because all I have are like apps and books and, you know, the internet. I'm not like actively speaking with someone. And even if I am, I'm typing it, right? Which is still different from saying it, like I said. I've said before, when I was in college for a little bit, I was in a class, an English class, and there was a guy who could write phenomenal papers. They're a Spanish speaker though, but they could write phenomenal papers in English, but they could not speak it well at all. And that's how you know that they are different skills. Oh. Okay. Mushroom chase. But you would be surprised at how some expressions in Japanese are actually quite literal. Like when I say read the room, right? The word for read the room in Japanese, or for the expression read the room, is more like read the air. And it might sound familiar with the term, if I can remember the word, Kukiyomi, which is the hit game Consider It. So like, you are very nice. Hello, Tubular Toby. Welcome, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well today. I'm very nice, but my internet isn't. Atmosphere, yeah, atmosphere. Read the room, read the atmosphere. We say read the room, but they say read the air, basically. Kukiyomi. Because kuki means air, and yomi or yomu means read. It's literal. So that's the expression for it. Kukiyomi. So then they localized that game name to Consider It. Which I like how you have the two different words or expressions, Consider It, C-O-N-S-I-D-E-R-A-T-E, and Consider It. Right? And it kind of works both ways. Be considerate. Consider being considerate. Right? Language is fun. Read the air. It has flavor text. Yeah. Basically, yeah. Do as the Romans do. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Try not to stand out so much. You will look odd. Fit in as much as possible. You know. You don't want eyes all on you. Not in this case, anyway. You don't want to be seen as the foreigner with the broken language, basically. Like, you don't want to be seen as that. Yeah, sure, you're making a conscious effort, but you don't necessarily want to be seen as that. At least not all the time. Oh, yes, I remember that person. You mean the one that spoke broken English? Yeah. Or the one who spoke broken Japanese? Yeah. Nah, you don't want to be known for that, obviously. But it is a conscious effort. How else are you going to learn? Babies don't just know how to speak. Whoops. 3 stars, nice job. Thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu. Oh, it's this level. Okay. But yeah, I can talk all day about that and how learning is fun, but that's not gonna get me to learn new words now, is it? But yeah, I've been focusing more on trying to pronounce stuff now. Because if you listen to Japanese for the first time, it's going to sound very fast. And some people speak faster than others. I usually compare it to like an auctioneer. Because not too many people speak as fast as an auctioneer in English. Back to the castle. But I mean, my cadence is weird. So if anyone's trying to learn English from my cadence, I apologize. Because I definitely say things at odd cadences. I'm convinced they have to do some kind of vocal training to call auctions. Yeah. 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 Probably. I don't doubt that for a second. Oh! Something was brought to my attention not long ago. As I was watching other videos. I tend to watch a lot of shorts and videos from real Japan. And I was noticing that, you know what? English is really different, or really difficult to learn, because things that we don't think about, like pronouncing T's at the end of words, they are pronounced, but they aren't pronounced the way that you would think they are. They are pronounced, what is it, glottally, I think it's called? And even the word glottal doesn't pronounce the T's as glottal. That's what makes it funny. Hammer Mario is the best Super Mario 3 power-up in my opinion, which you can only get in this world, I believe. That's true. I think you get 2 of them. It might depend on the flash warning. It might depend on the version. I think one gives 2 of them and one gives 1. I don't remember entirely. But yeah, this world gives you the hammer power-up, and it is the best one in terms of power. It's... I don't know if fireballs actually can get rid of Bowser, but hammers can, funnily enough. Glottal, yeah. So I know a lot of people pick on British people because it's like, oh, they pronounce their T's like with a gap in between, like British, right? British. But that's still a pronunciation too. That's still technically glottal as well. Glottal, right? Do you think Boom Boom says swears? No. I think he just makes Boom Boom instead. He makes Boom Boom and go kaboom. So whenever we end words most of the time, and they end with a T, we usually don't pronounce them. Heck, even sometimes in the middle of words. Mountain is a perfect example. A lot of people say mountain. It's like, how do you teach that though? How do you teach someone to pronounce mountain as mountain? It's like you're saying MT full stop in. Mountain, right? Mountain. Or mountain. Either way, it's like you're doing everything you can to not pronounce the T properly for some reason, right? It's just very interesting. Like, you just don't... I don't think people teach that. You just learn that somehow, right? So... What? What? Oi! Where's that one? What do you mean? Old games are fun. It didn't spawn in. That's crazy. Okay. Ah! Whoa. Whoa. But yeah, that's stuff that you have to learn over time. Glottal stops. Glottal stops. Or I guess how sometimes we will drop G's if a word ends with a G. And that can be an accent thing too. I don't necessarily mean like, how's it going? But more like just how's it going? I mean, how's it... Not too many people say how's it going, right? How's it going? Because even then, it feels like unvoiced or devoiced. How's it going? You barely hear it, but there is a slight g at the end. It's just that you're running out of air at the end, right? How's it going? Where it says, how's it going? Or how's it going? Right? One that always fascinated me in the Yorkshire is the Yorkshire the, because nobody pronounces the with a T, but in it shires, it's the only part they say sometimes, if they say anything. It's kind of like how when isn't it has become in it. Isn't it? In it. It's Tuesday, isn't it? Right? But yeah. Or like you'll learn later on that the word the, the, or the, depending on the next word is how you pronounce it. If the next word starts with a consonant, then you say the. But if the next word starts with a vowel and you say the, that's why you say the end. Or like the car, the end, the animal, the egg, the door, the truck, the game. I made that so hard to parse. You really did, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of confused, but it's okay. So yeah, when you have a language that, first of all, it doesn't have certain letters in it, and then you're trying to get you're like, okay, well, I see that this word has a T at the end, so obviously it's gonna have a sound like the word date. It's like deto, right? Moving to YouTube from Twitch. Okay. It's been kind of spotty on both, so I apologize, like I said. But I do appreciate it. It's kind of delayed in a sense because of my internet today. Or just my connection in general. But, like, I could write it out, right? I could write it out in Paint if I really wanted to, in terms of, like, what would be the best way to pronounce this in this way? Like, for a mountain, for example. And I would have probably just used ma-o, and then use, like, the n sound. And that's probably the best way I could do it, to be honest. Or, like, with the word deto, right? Because, like, with Japanese, words tend to end with a vowel at the end of them, because it's a, I, u, e, o, ka, ki, ku, ke, ko, ta, chi, tsu, te, to. And the only sound that doesn't end with a vowel is the n sound. So, trying to teach someone to say date instead of deto or dato, right, is going to be difficult, since almost every word ends with a vowel. So then if you don't hear the T at the end of, like, don't do it, don't do it, don't. You can't hear the T when I say don't, right? But you know it's there. It's pronounced. It's glottal. But I don't know how to explain that per se. It's just that that's how it sounds. That's why spelling is probably a nightmare in English if you're not used to it. Remember, guys, remember when we used to have spelling bees back in the day? Man, I used to spell really well, but I didn't do well in spelling bees, though. Unfortunately. What? Ah! Okay, I'm not doing very well, am I? What? But yeah, there's a lot to unpack, a lot to learn. Even when I say lot, you don't hear the T, right? That's why there's that infamous, like, meme of, like, when you pronounce English, you don't say your T's, right? Ho-e-o. O-e-o. So I didn't do a good job of actually explaining why or where in terms of T's. I've mentioned my Russian teacher once complained about daughter, and I still don't blame her for it. Yeah. Some people say daughter, some people say daughter, some people say daughter. Daughter. So yeah, I get it. Especially when you have the word laughter. But then again, in British, you know, it sounds the same. I think. Yeah, because British people say laughter, while we say laughter. So, laughter and slaughter. It's strange. It's interesting, but it's strange. Like I said, I love language learning. It's fun. What? I wish I could have gotten a degree in, like, language studies or something. But that takes time and money. I'm going the wrong direction. English can only be learned through tough, thorough thought. I hate you. That is devious, and you know it is. That is super devious. I don't even know if I call that a tongue twister. I just call that mean. English can only be learned through tough, thorough thought. Yeah, that would destroy a language learner's mind. There's a lot to unpack there. Especially since you're using THs too. Because TH is very, very, very difficult to pronounce. Like, it's pronounced differently everywhere. Like, I can say although, right? It's a slight, soft sound, although. TH, though, thorough, thought, right? But most people don't, if they're not from, like, certain parts of the world, more than likely, the H isn't really said. It's more like tot, right? Instead of thought. And that just depends on, and that's also accent, and it depends on where you're from. But TH is very difficult to pronounce in this manner. You can usually kind of tell where someone is from if you get them to pronounce words that begin with TH. You can tell of their accent most of the time. So, yeah, words are weird. Language is weird. It's fun, though. I think I am going to end it here, though, before, like, because I definitely need to figure out what's going on with my internet. But I'm glad you guys could stop by today. Kite kurete arigato. Kite kurete arigato. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you enjoy my content, I hope you look at more as well, because this is fun to do. And my other streams aren't this choppy, so I apologize. I do have a Discord if you'd like to join that. My community Discord, !Discord on Twitch, or check my description. It's very quiet there, but it's not bad. It's kind of cozy in a way. It exists, but people are there. So, I guess I will stream tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow, well, today, I guess technically. Hopefully it's not as bad today. Later. I will test that later. But I do hope you guys did enjoy. I really appreciate it. Let me see. But yeah, just stay tuned. I should be playing tomorrow. Oh shoot. You know what? I can't end just yet. I really wanted to, but I snoozed my ads too many times. So tell you what. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this until the ads start and end on Twitch. I apologize. And then when they end, I will end both streams or whatever, and I will, you know, do what I normally do. So I will just keep talking about stuff, I suppose. But it is nice that there are people out there who are like super grateful that you would take the time and are willing to learn like the language that they grew up with, because people don't have to. Wearing bonus overtime, yeah. That's what I get for snoozing ads too many times. They only give you 3 times. So, but sometimes I get long-winded when I speak. Obviously. What? Okay. But yeah. Man, I am super grateful. I couldn't say it enough for everything, from streaming to making friends to heck making friends from across the world that speak different languages and stuff. And it's like having a pen pal or something, if anyone even knows what that is. In a way, this kind of feels like that as well, because it's 2 people trying to connect with each other, or people trying to connect with each other who don't speak each other's languages but are trying to, or from different parts of the world who are trying to get by as much as they can. Mi idioma es español. That's true, that's true. And of course I've learned that there are so many different like dialects of Spanish. So I remember when I used to have a couple of German pen pals. Really? So you actually did it then? That's really cool. I guess I'm technically doing that now in real time in a way. Sure, we use like deep L in terms of translation to get some points across, but heck, I even study like deep L is really good. Like, I've compared it obviously to Google Translate. Deep L really does a fantastic job of at least translating between Japanese and English. Thanks to modern social media, the traditional idea of pen pals is kind of obsolete. Right, yeah. That's basically what we have now, yeah. Social media in a way. So yeah. You could argue that it's better, but you could also argue that it's worse. But it just depends on what you're looking for. Heck, even in language learning communities, it can be toxic. Because people tend to try to look at you as more of like a pleb, I guess. Even though you're also trying to learn the language. So, unless we look at it, the Isaac Wells version of Skeletor. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, at least I think I know what you're referring to. Yeah. So yeah, language learning is not easy, even though it seems that a lot of people are actually bilingual, since, you know, heritage and all that type of stuff too. If you are someone who only learned, or someone who was only taught English, then, you know, you only speak one language. But for those who actually learned English in tandem with Spanish or French or Chinese or whatever have you, you guys have the upper hand. And I'm pretty sure it's very fun for you to code switch from time to time. I can't wait to be able to like code switch. That sounds really fun to do. Remember, online internet friends are today's version of pen pals. Until we meet again. Yeah, I thought that's what you were referring to. Yeah, I like that. That's really fun. So yeah. Alright, the ads shall be ending now. But I will finish this level first. This icy level. Icy castle. Oh shoot. Wah, 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 wah. Wah. Okay. Something lost in translation. Wow. Get the door. Flash warning. Okay. Now I can properly end the stream. Like I said, thank you guys for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Like I said, next time my stream should be Monday / later today, if the internet is better. Otherwise, I will try to let you guys know. But yeah, as far as YouTube goes, I'm Kinaヴィラ, and I hope to see you guys next time. Bye bye. Mata ne. Okay. Let's see who I can raid right quick. Also, who